We're in late winter, 7th of Obsidian. And once again, the year is 348. Population is 30. We have 5 depressed dwarves in the fort. Rory just became an adult. He's now a big dwarf now. And I can't remember if I gave him jobs, so let's check. Yes, I did. Cool. Are we locked inside? Yes, we are currently locked in the tavern and pondering dietary relationships. The current living dwarves are Pilot, Vimamel, Seeker, Quevenair, Nanochip, Bumblebed, Krakenzieg, Diamond Destruct, Dragon, Sideways, Axon, Duncaribou, Zindros, Stone, Massive, Ghost, Peter, Knowles, Jimmy Tibby, Blue Water, Defcon, Mark, Zetsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Do It, LaFonda, Rory, Chocobo, Volleyball, Bellinair, Cucumber, Arch, Whitcoat, and Lumpy. All I really know about Warframe is that they have good cookies. And I always got free cookies from them at TwitchCon. So shoutouts to Warframe. Good video game. Allegedly. Just got a direct at from a thing, and I'm trying to figure out where it came from. It's like that point where you're just like, I just got added by somewhere, and I'm trying to figure out how. All right, I figured out where it came from. Warframe is a trip. Warframe is a Canadian treasure. This dwarf wants abstract thinking. Real bad. But then I give you abstract thinking and you hate it, so. See if you can be my dungeon master abstract thinker. Instead of just dungeon master. I never had any interest to ever get into Warframe. There's nothing about that game that appeals to me. To me it's very much the same vein as I'm glad that people like it, but to me it's very much the same vein as Destiny, where like I just don't want to play this. Just long. Yeah. No, and there's a lot of it. Like I'm very happy that there's a Canadian game that people like that does well, but it's not my shtick. Not for me. Not my kind of game. Although, yet I've been, I guess, playing shooters again recently because I've just been playing a shit ton of Halo. But, I don't know. I don't know. Video games are weird. So, I've got 3 really depressed dwarves now, which we get to deal with. I did figure out the problem with the lack of tables, though. Apparently, I managed to make half of this not part of the tavern. So tavern was just this and this. So there legitimately wasn't any tables for a while. I'm not sure how long that was. It can't have been that long, but it was still long enough that I noticed it. And it just perplexed the hell out of me. But we no longer have that problem. So that was sorted. Peter slipped into depression. We've got a few dwarves that have been committing crimes recently, specifically Bumblebed, Arch, and Peter. Bumblebed was the most recent. No deaths, though, in related to these current moods, but we do seem to be recovering them a little bit, so let's just kind of cross our fingers and hope to cry and see if we can sort this out. We're going to chill in the tavern until the end of winter, and then we're going to kind of go back to doing the crafting that we've been doing. I've got a lot of stuff that I want to get done, and we're also, actually, instead of crafting, we can just get back to caving in the basement today. That's what we can do. So, I think that another thing that I could theoretically be working on is I could try and pump water up to this layer so that we could have, or alternatively, pump water over to this stairwell so that we could have like a waterfall going through this stairwell, but I don't know how to go about doing this necessarily, so I'm just kind of pulling at strings here for the current moment, because I could very easily, you know, build a small pump mechanism here to like pump water over here and have a little waterfall kind of going down this way through here, but I don't even know how much a benefit that'll be, so it's just kind of a tricky spot. We could also, like, you know, build a little up waterfall here to go up through here and then come back down into the fort through here, but maybe that's what we need to do. We need to have another mist generator that dumps down right here, which, like I said, probably wouldn't be that difficult to do. We'll just well, actually, you know, fuck it. I think that's what we'll build today. We're gonna make another mist generator and bring it up through here. The problem is gonna be, like, how do I dispose of the water? But I don't think that'll be too difficult. I know pretty much where it can go. But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at right now. We've got a bunch of mood problems and we're trying to fix them. I don't really want challenges of Salat, so no. But also, from my experience, water heating doesn't even work right now, because otherwise the lava would be melting that ice right there, right? Hi, Oblivion. Yeah, like it doesn't even work, otherwise this would be melted, right? Isn't that how that's supposed to work? Like, one tile away, lava's supposed to heat and melt ice? How goes the dwarf containment? How goes you saying hello in a way that doesn't make me feel violated? How is everyone? Doing all right. Dwarves not so much, but we're doing what we can. Kind of keeping an eye on them. So, we're just kind of hanging out. We're trying to, anyway. But I think that's what we'll do today. We'll build a fountain here. Oh, text on the descriptions are hard to read? No, you just would need to pop in a different font. Popping in a different font to the game is very easy. It's not even modding the game, really. It's just a different font. Or you can just, like, hit F12 and use the default text if that's the text if you prefer this kind of text. I personally find this font to be very easy to read, so I use what's easy for me to read and don't care what's easy for you to read. It's been, we're year 348, meaning the fortress is 343 years old. 343 years old. But once the snows stop and we're through winter, we will build ourselves a little setup for here. Turn this off. I've never tamed a dragon in adventure mode. I've never killed a demon in adventure mode. There's lots of things I haven't done. Do I have, and do they die of old age? Yes, and 30 currently. Well, 48 if you count temporary citizens. Have I ever caught a whale? No, I've never even seen a whale. By the atrocities you make them commit, you should customize the dwarves' minds before you head out then. Because you can customize their personality, and if they have a cruel or evil personality, then they won't care. I don't like challenges. Leave it run. So can we, like, go 10 seconds without talking about what would be a fun challenge? Because there really isn't anything that's a challenge. It's just a matter of, are you willing to dedicate the time to doing a thing? If yes, then do it. If no, then don't. Because Dwarf Fortress doesn't have anything that's particularly difficult. It's just time-consuming. You just get lost or don't know what you're doing? Yeah, I'm hoping the Steam versions and clarity of UX will help that. I mean, that's the reason I don't really stream adventure mode, is because I find it really difficult to communicate why adventure mode is interesting. Where did I put my phone? Okay. Sometimes I get texts from my doctor. I've located my phone. But yeah, no, if you want to make them commit atrocities, then you have to make them mentally willing to commit atrocities, because just because it's an adventure that you're controlling doesn't mean they aren't still autonomous with their own thoughts, right? So essentially, you're like possessing a independent character in the world, and you have to, or you don't have to, but if you want to enjoy playing the game and you want to be able to last a while, you have to do it in such a way that the dwarf or goblin or whatever that you happen to be playing agrees with the atrocities that you are committing. Otherwise, they will get mad and fall apart. Hey, Psychon. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. The annual tribute from Busty Just Smack has arrived. Dwarves have a lot of shit to put away, so I'm gonna let them finish putting stuff away. We're also making glass blocks. But yeah, I'm doing all right, Lycon. I'm doing all right. I just mildly frustrated at Twitch chat at the exact moment in time. This exact moment in time. But I'm doing all right. No real complaints. All right. Let's just deconstruct some of these. Yeah. Are those deconstructed? So, you know, if we do this right here. How's the weather been? Allegedly, half of my city is underwater, but because I don't drive, I haven't actually been, like, bothered by it too much. Aside from that, buying eggs and milk is difficult because most of the farmland in my area is now separated from where the city is. So milk and egg supplies have dropped dramatically. So I won't tell your boss that you're here, Frog for Hire. Your secret's safe with us. Right, chat? Chat, don't tell Frog for Hire's boss that they're here watching the stream and not working. Stone, we have a tribute. You present? Looks like you are. Yeah, we has tribute. But yeah, I would say that I'm well, Psychon. There's also a new Steam news update that I very much wasn't expecting. They have a new artist on the project. Yay. You know, one thing that smartphones have never quite managed to correctly emulate is the dramaticness at which you can flip a flip phone closed. They never, like, quite stood up to the same level of awesome. God, I haven't played Alan Wake in so long. I almost played Alan Wake this Halloween, but I just kind of didn't get around to it. Can I just say, but like, flip phones that are smartphones that have like fancy flip screens just kind of don't do it. Like they just don't. check. They just don't work. When you raid somebody in this screen, and you create a raid job, you can hit D, and when you hit D, then you can select what to do. You can raid, you can pillage, you can raise, you can demand one-time tribute, you can demand ongoing tribute, or conquer and occupy, or demand surrender and occupy. I don't want to do this, so I'm going to remove that mission, but that is a thing that you can do on any spot. Most people just attack, and they don't read the other options. But if you read the other options, you'll see that there's many other things that you can do. Although I will say that surrender and occupy is kind of buggy and sometimes doesn't work, or does work but tells you in the world map that it didn't. Laptops are just big flip phones. They're not flip phones, they're flip computers, but similar. I used to have a boombox that I would plug into my laptop, and then I would carry both around. I'd have my laptop in my backpack and then a boombox in my hand. Good times. I literally had like a battery about yay big that I'd put in the bottom of my backpack, and then I put the laptop in my backpack, plugged into the battery, and then I'd carry the boombox around. Not totally, because I don't have a computer that I can call a phone number on through the cellular network. What's Ghost doing? Nothing currently, allegedly. No job. Oh wait, no, that's Peter. You are weaving thread into silk. Please. Is what you're doing. Weaving thread into silk is what Ghost is currently doing. Yes. Can't believe I'm still explaining to people that no, this is not causing delays for Dwarf Fortress. Like, sheesh. The amount of times I've just rolled my eyes at YouTube comments in the past 2 weeks are kind of incredible. Uh-oh. Mark and Seeker got into a fight. Was that a tantrum? Yeah, Seeker threw a tantrum. Mark just got his ass kicked. You're still mad how hard it is. Oh, Mark's been found dead. Didn't make it to the hospital. I really hope that somebody reports that crime against Seeker. Better question is, where did Seeker go? Can I just ask, what the fuck are you talking about on Oblivion? I'm completely lost. Okay, cool, they did see it. Still there. Still completely insane and useless, which is why he's still there. Unless I want to kill him, which I really don't want to. Kind of like the Fortress mascot at this point. In regards to the vampire on the walls. Okay, another 29 days in prison for you. For killing Seeker. But fortunately, Seeker wasn't a permanent member of the Fortress, so... Seeker was just a merchant. She did actually hit him, though. Banana. That's the thing. She did hit him, and it killed him. The merchant got hit by Mark. Mark didn't get hit by Mark. Mark died. Also, I need to give you a better bedroom, Bumblebed, because of your new job. Okay, whose bedroom is this currently? It's Rory's bedroom? Rory, you're getting evicted out of your bedroom. Sure, you'll find a new one. There's plenty. I would be significantly more mad if it wasn't the merchant who was the victim. I'm kind of okay with the merchant being the victim. It sucks, but I'm kind of okay with it. Or as okay with a dwarf dying as I can be. Still waiting on pipe sections. Dwarves have arrived to trade. We're going to chain up Seeker. Yeah, no, it was Seeker that caused the problems. It's not a Herman Miller. It's also not whatever the heck an Arion is. Why does it matter what brand my chair is? But if you must know, it's an autonomous. So is my desk, for that matter. They make office supplies. They do standing desks and chairs. Autonomous.ai is the name of the brand. You just spelled it correctly. Although if you type an ! desk, it'll take you to my referral link, which will technically give you a link to the site. Fortunately, I'm not rich enough to afford a Herman Miller, so instead I buy the nicest equivalent that I can. Well, that makes you feel repentant, which will help you. But the chair that I'm using is the Ergo Chair Pro. What I'm using, which I bought using credit that. So I've had that referral link for a while, and every time people buy a desk using that referral link, I get, I think it's $20 in Insight credit. So I got this chair for almost nothing because I've had this desk for like 2+ years now. And a bunch of other streamers that I know bought that same desk using that link. So I got this chair for almost free. Got it on Black Friday last year. You love the new overworld style? Cheers, man. I think it looks rad. I genuinely do. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a nice desk. And it's also a nice chair. I had an IKEA one for ages, but it was like causing me back problems. Can't wait to see it with the roads and cities. I hope there isn't too many changes personally. Because that would mean that like a lot of the art needed to be redone, which is concerning. But, you know, here we are. Have they started working on those pipes yet? Nope. Waiting on those. Well, you know, if only I could just like give this dwarf like 200 days in prison, because that would just like completely fix them. Instead, you only get like 30. But anyway, how you been, Navy? How's things? It's easier to make stand-up comedy. I'm gonna have to sit down after that joke, man. Although, I've shown this off a couple of times, but since some people probably haven't seen them yet, Check these out, chat. Two new emotes. We just need to decide which of them to ship and which of them to just kind of sit on until we have more space for emotes. Crypt Zombie and Crypt Necro. Zombie on bottom, Necro up top. I mean, the second one is what happens when I get electrocuted, or when someone gets electrocuted. It's literally just like... It's very, very funny looking. I love it. The other one is very sus, but... It's like Doc Brown got electrocuted. It's kind of great. It's like he's screaming 1.21 gigawatts. Could also function as a what face. Could function as a lot of things. But yeah, that's the one that we're gonna add next. Barn owl, pond turtle. Hey, they brought a unicorn and a donkey. Not buying any of those though. Just the nuts and the almonds and the pecans. And the stone fruit. When someone has a bad take, always Crypt Zombie, yeah. Bumblebed's allegedly throwing a tantrum, which sucks. I'm real kind of sad because, like, we just kind of immediately went back to where we were. Like, I tried real hard to, like, fix tantrums, and then, like, within 2 months of me trying to fix tantrums, we ended up back where we were, and it's like, man, this blows. Which just kind of sucks. We need them to balance out and quit tantruming. We'll get there, but... Well, let's remove this construction. And that construction. Start putting wall pieces in. But yeah, we have one more open emote slot right now. And then after that, we need 260 sub points, which is like 260 subs basically. So, like I always say, I don't expect that to happen anytime soon. But maybe sooner than it would have previously. I don't know. We'll see. Additional subs to what we currently have. Additional subs. So if you look beneath the stream, there's a little goal, if you click on the sub button, that says where we're at versus what we need. So we need a lot of subs, but that's not happening. Good night, Gravicus, if you're heading out. So total concurrent would be 700. That'll be a journey. It'll happen when it happens. Weirder things have happened. Weirder things have happened. No, you're not. Discord broke everything when I resynced to make, what's it called? When I resynced to, fix, what's it called? The streamer mode on Discord when, like, it makes my icon go purple. And when I resynced, it broke subchat, so I've had to fix it. So if it isn't working yet, I I'm in the process of fixing it. So nobody can talk in there, is what you're telling me. Which is a little tacky, but... I mean, you should be able to speak in there. According to the rules, it looks like you should be able to speak in there. Nobody buys merch, so I don't make merch. Quite literally, nobody buys merch. But the merch you should buy is the Halcyon Frequency merch. I do have merch, and you can find it by scrolling down and looking. But no one ever does, so I don't really promote it. But that's the merch you should buy, because that goes to charity. I don't see the point in really promoting merch, because I make a very small amount of money off of it, and people don't really, in my experience, walk around wearing streamer merch. No. I have some stickers and stuff if you would like to buy merch, but if you spent 10 seconds looking, you could find my merch. Because there's literally like a plugin beneath the stream with all of my shirts on it. Or at least there was, unless Twitch quietly deleted it like they did another one once, which I can check right now. Yeah, looks like Twitch quietly deleted it again. Yeah, exclamation point merch if you want to see my merch, but I just don't care to promote it. Looks like Twitch quietly deleted it again. They do that from time to time, so I'd need to reactivate it. But yeah, I don't really give a shit about promoting merch, because I make all... To this day, in my entire career, because I actually looked, in my entire career, I've made $71 in merchandise sales. And I think I've spent more money on my own merchandise. So, yeah, I don't like promoting merch. I think it's a waste of everybody's money, generally. Unless it's for charity, which is what we do with Halcyon Frequency stuff. You've bought 2 sets of those socks? Cool. They're nice socks. But like it's such a the cost for the viewer versus the profit for the streamer is not such that it is worth promoting. It's there if you want it, but I don't care. Doesn't matter. Well, at least that's helping. At least you feel better in the interim. But I don't know. I as somebody who's kind of against fast fashion, I'm actually like weirdly against the existence of my own merch. Like I kind of, I don't know. I have a lot of mixed feels about it. It's hard to explain. Here we are making lye. We were making soap, and it looks like we still are. Cool. That's good to see. Did I... Maybe not 0. Let's just... About 30 lemonade. I'm not out of iron, am I? I got plenty of iron. But what? Morning, Taylor. How's things? I have a sudden suspicion. We'll make streamer boxers and briefs. Are you asking me to make boxers and briefs, or do you want to make your own boxers and briefs? Also, once again, I don't see the point. Like, honestly, like, Banana Unlimited branded undies? Well, then why are you asking me about my merch if you care about your own merch? Like, okay, just go to Google and figure it out. It'll take you 10 seconds. But, although you should make a t-shirt that says unlimited banana with an arrow pointing down. You should absolutely do that. I'm doing all right, Taylor. I'm doing all right. It's a weird morning for me. A weird mood today. You gotta respect someone who doesn't resign when all of their pieces are gone and you have 2 queens against them. Usually when that happens, that just means that they're just wasting your time at that point. Like, when the game is lost and they have no chance of winning, they're just wasting your time. It's a different kind of disrespect. There we go. All right, so I have actually run out of iron. Smelted iron. Well, I mean, I was planning on getting rid of these roadways anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know if they think that, but it's like when you're already losing in a game and then people are just like, well, I can't win, but I can waste as much of your time as possible. People do that in competitive games all the time. Like, all the time. Like, you'll be playing any kind of objective-based game and then people will just avoid the objective purely to make your time take long. Purely to make the game take longer. Happens more in team-based games, though. Part of the reason I don't like playing multiplayer games is people who, like, don't necessarily want to, like, make your day worse, but will specifically do things just to make your life less pleasant. Foreseeable future. I just moved you to the wrong job. Don't really want you to be a tavern keeper. That doesn't help at all. You had 100% lost? That's funny. I believe you, Axum. I could see that happening. You still checkmated him? Good for you. Yeah, it sounds like they were just trying to waste your time, primarily. You had 439? Oh boy. So they almost defaulted on the loss anyway. Even after being released from confinement, but you're still repentant. I don't know if that's gonna help you at all. You're just gonna get put back in prison. Alright, well, let's jump up here. Pump from north. Let's get that built. And then we'll have to do the same thing up top. So you, right here, actually just deconstruct this. That'll work perfectly. And we also need to deconstruct this upper wall. It also won't be too much of a hassle. Problem is can they even get to that? Yes, they can. Just need to get this middle piece taken out first, otherwise it's going to cave in, which could cause a major oopsie. Really don't want any major oopsies. Best of luck, animal. That's technically an all-in, even though it's not that big of a bet. It's technically an all-in. Well, good luck. The funny ones are the ones that resign the second they blunder. Oh yeah, they lose their first night and just go, fuck it. There goes my whole strategy. That's all that I know that's all I know how to do. How can I survive without my knight? That kind of thing. I know what you mean. That also happens a lot in other games. I don't know. Everything that you're like describing though is like the reason I find a lot of multiplayer games kind of insufferable. So that's now done, meaning I can now knock out this. I'm sure you'll be fine. Ticket poor or not. So I think we're going to run power from over here. Depending on how much power is needed. Because I kind of like this silly setup over here. I could pretty easily run power from over there to over here to a little pump stack, but it's actually going to take quite a few pumps to get this thing done, so yeah, well, whatever. So this is going to be pumping from the south. Going to go over top of it, make out a nice, and then the iron sections. That's going to be a wall piece. That's also going to be a wall piece. That'll need to be a floor piece right there. And then walls around this side. So we're gonna, yeah, okay, I know what I'm doing now. This might actually be a little bit difficult to get to. So the way I'm gonna do this is I'm going to knock down these walls. We're gonna build from the other side. Oops, that is marker, not standard. Let's deconstruct, not as marker. Get rid of that last bit because we don't need that. Best multiplayer games in your experience are those that aren't about competing games that... So you mean like cooperative experiences instead of like... Cooperative experiences or like games where... you aren't necessarily... So basically what you're saying is that the best kind of multiplayer experiences are cooperative instead of competitive. What you're saying. But, yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, I think it's a matter of opinion and a matter of mood, right? I mean, for me personally, like, if I'm going to play a multiplayer game, it has to be a game that I'm capable of playing. Or at the very least, just enjoy the process of playing regardless of win or loss status. If I don't enjoy the process of playing it, I'm not going to enjoy the game. I enjoy the process of playing Halo, so I don't really care that it's a allegedly a competitive multiplayer game. I don't care that it's competitive. I'm just there to goof off and try and do donuts in a, like, what do you call it, warthog, and I'm happy. But and it's only heartbreak if you give a shit, though. That's the thing. It only leads to 50% heartbreak if you're willing to have your heart broken, and if you take it seriously enough to have your heart broken. Which, in Halo, I don't. You just need better friends, Gert. Let me tell you 2 tricks, right? Trick number 1, turn off global chat. Most games will let you do that. Turn off voice chat. Most games will let you do that. And then just get better friends to play with. It's that simple. So that seems like a you problem at that point. If even cooperative experiences have some toxicity for you, then that seems like a you problem. But because, like, as you described, like flight simulators, right? Like, flight simulators aren't really even a cooperative experience. It's like a coexisting experience. It's like, yeah, you exist in this world, I exist in this world, let's do our own thing. That's barely a multiplayer game. Yeah, exactly. Banana, exactly. Flight simulators can be PvP if you try it enough. Flight simulators can be PvP if you're dedicated, yeah. Where are you? Oh, I'm right behind you. Doing what? Trying to hit you. Very slowly. We're going 1 knot faster than you. Catch up eventually. Just wait. I don't know. I genuinely believe that the vast majority of people that are out there to play video games aren't there to be toxic. Right? And I think that the blatant accusation of toxicity without the knowledge of intent is generally a fault of the person that is blaming the toxicity as much as it is the fault of the person being toxic. Because I can play games with my friends and be toxic and have a blast. Because it's all, like, veiled in irony and, like, you know, the way I talk, I can be very sarcastic. You can be toxic while playing a multiplayer game and have a blast with the right crew, right? You can just, like, annihilate one of your friends and just have a great old time. So you just need to, if there is banter versus toxicity, you need to have a crew where you can handle the banter. And I've definitely had crews where one person can't handle the banter and they have a terrible time. But that's just the fault of everybody involved, not just the fault of the people bantering. Bantering can be great. Like, it's not Jackbox unless there's banter. Come on. Like, if you ain't talking shit by the end of a Jackbox game, then why are you even playing? You know? It's like, if you're not talking shit by the end of a game of Duck Game, why are you even playing? If you're not, like, quacking and teabagging after you throw the guy's dead body off of the cliff, then why are you even here? Like, come on. But, you know, it's not for everybody. All games need a little bit of bad manners. All right. We need to go this way. I'm going to need to build and then delete a tile, which is fine. You're cleared to land flight Chungus. Okay, okay. You see, here's the thing. I vehemently disagree with that. That seems like a you problem. But, you know, we're arguing matters of opinions. But I barely consider coexisting multiplayer games to be multiplayer games. They're like a different thing. If there isn't any kind of competitiveness, You'll have exactly the same experience with or without people, so it doesn't matter. You'll have the same experience talking with people on voice chat while playing a single player game. It sounds like you've had some really crappy experiences with multiplayer games, and to that, I just want to say that I think that really sucks. Well, I don't support Rockstar Games, and I've never really gave a shit about multiplayer Grand Theft Auto, so no, but multiplayer Grand Theft Auto is not a coexistent experience. That is very much a multiplayer experience. Like I said, I don't really see the point in this conversation. All that we're really saying is, all that this conversation is you're stating that you don't like a particular type of game, but you're blaming it on toxicity instead of just not liking the type of game, which is fine. But that's just a weird way to do it. You're attributing blame to a dislike of a specific type of game, which is toxic of you. If you don't like a specific type of game, that's fine. Don't play them. But don't blame it on toxicity. I don't think so. I don't think I've misunderstood what you're saying. But maybe I have. But I don't think so. I will just maintain that I don't think so, but maybe I have. And then Banana's just having a conversation with himself. Yeah, you died, Mark. Because Seeker killed you. It's okay. We don't mind. Mini up and post art? And I'm just saying that any video game worth its 2 cents is capable of completely disabling the things that give you toxicity. You're talking to somebody, Gert, who does not particularly enjoy multiplayer games in any context ever. And I'm saying it's possible to just completely disable anything that would give you direct communication with a person in the vast majority of games that have toxic communities. You can disable team chat in League of Legends. Global chat doesn't exist in League of Legends anymore. You can disable all forms of text and voice chat in Call of Duty. You can disable all forms of text and voice chat in Halo. You can disable all forms of voice and text chat in almost any game. Right? And you're just repeatedly stating that, oh, this is how you avoid toxicity. Who's the problem here? We all know what games you're talking about. Right? You're not really recommending things. You're just stating that this type of game is toxic and can cause toxicity, and this type of game is not toxic. And I'm saying it's the way you communicate with people that is the toxicity, not the gameplay. The gameplay of Halo or League of Legends is not inherently toxic. It's the way people talk. You could play a cooperative world experience in Truck Simulator, and someone is screaming racist slurs over the voice chat while they drive past you. That's toxic. It doesn't matter the gameplay. At this point, we're now arguing types of games that you like playing. Do you like playing this type of game? Okay, then play them. Do you like playing this type of game? Okay, then play them. The interactions you have with people is up to your own personal moderation. Game genre is irrelevant. Dwarf Fortress could be toxic if somebody comes in here and yells at me about how I'm not killing elves. Yeah, you can in Truck Simulator too. Gate Nerd, what's your point? You can do that in any game. I don't play Truck Simulator in multiplayer because my last experience was literally driving down the road and a head-on collision from some random twat going at 200 miles an hour while I was chilling. That wasn't even on stream. Like, literally, that can be true of any game. Any game. Which is why I'm confused as to why we're attributing toxicity to specific types of games. I just think that this whole conversation is nonsensical bullshit, is what I'm trying to communicate. In my experience, usually people that run around blaming toxicity on people are the problem, to a degree. Or calling out specific genres of games for being toxic or having crappy individuals. It's like, well, do some self-examination and quit blaming. Quit blaming, because there's probably more to it than just, this game is toxic, this game is not. And that's usually the case. Anyway, this is a stupid conversation. No shit, Gate Nerd. I just don't see the point in this entire conversation. I mean, that Poison EP that I have in my classic rock section of my record collection, very, very, very toxic. I don't know. I'm so tired of people just attributing toxicity to specific things, when it's always more complicated than just that. Just lost, got checkmated. Rip. Not that much. I'm building a new water fountain. Alice? Who the fuck is Alice? What? I've been living next door to Alice. Allegedly. And also, System of a Down once wrote a song about toxicity in the city. And the city. I wasn't even thinking that, Alice. Like, when you say Alice Cooper, I'm like, my brain went in a completely different direction with that. What about Alice in Hell? Does anybody even know what that is? Where he's singing about her lips are filled with poison. I mean, the song's called Poison. I know exactly what song that is. You're poison. It's a good song. It just took me a second to clue into that's what you were talking about. Let's build another up-down stair going up this way. You have that vinyl? That's neat. You want to listen to Every Rose is a Thorn? So, question, what's stopping you? Disco, what up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You hate it, though? Then why do you own it? What? Mail it to me. I'll listen to it. I like that record. What do you have against Alice Cooper? from the north. You don't like the style? Fair enough. He's just like older Marilyn Manson, kinda, but with less scandals. I've heard that name before. Couldn't tell you what their music is like, Banana. Is it? Also, he had a restaurant? What? Did it not make it through the pandemic or something? Alrighty. Let me know. Cause I'll even pay for shipping. I'll absolutely take a copy of that. Why not? I like that record. I listen to that on Spotify from time to time. Just kind of not willing to go out of my way to find it, and whenever I do find it, it's repressings that are very expensive. So, and by very expensive, I mean like $30, which is about $5 more than I'm willing to spend on that record. Aren't they fragile? I mean, about as fragile as mailing a CD to somebody. Not too much difference in that regard. Like, it's not like they shatter. Like, they're made... Like, yeah, you need to put some bubble wrap around them, but, like, they're fine to ship. I ship and order records all the time. I got, like, 3 records in the mail right now, I think. I think it's 3. 3-ish. There's a specific type of box that you mail them in. But, like, realistically, as long as you wrap them in bubble wrap and wrap them with cardboard, like, they're fine. How do you think I get the majority of the records I buy? Like, they're fragile, but they're not that fragile, I guess. It's probably the best way to put it. All right. I don't know what you're referencing, Banana. I'm assuming it's Family Guy because you said Peter no, and I've watched maybe one. I've seen one full episode of Family Guy in my whole life, and it's the one where Peter sticks his dick in a pencil sharpener, and that is the extent of my knowledge of Family Guy. Oh, Peter slipped into depression? This is true. This is nothing new. You don't get records from Mr. Stork? God, if a stork wanted to bring me records for free every 9 months, I'd be so fucking down. But no. No, I don't. That was an old episode, for whatever it's worth. That episode of Family Guy was like decades ago. It was like season 1, I think. Well, that would be slipping onto a very large fall, but they don't generally do that. Believe it or not, unless something is colliding with them, Dwarven balance is actually pretty great. This is a really weird conversation, Banana. Did you miss anything? Unless you missed Mark dying? No. Mark got hit by a Tanchming Seeker who killed Mark. So, goodbye, Mark. Oh, I gather that that was supposed to be funny, Banana? Who killed you? Seeker killed you. I've said that 3 times in the last 20 minutes. Including when you asked. The first time. Or when I told you that you died. Seeker killed you. But it's okay. You already had some kids, so you've done all that you could for us. It's okay. We've already put your body into a coffin, so you're not gonna have a ghost. But I mean, if Seeker ever pops into the chat again, then you could, like, haunt Seeker in the chat, I guess. We already trained your replacement and also are paying them better, so. This person commented on my most recent video asking, great DF update, what about a blind update? And I'm not sure what that means. Like, what the heck is a blind update? People just want me to start vlogging or some shit? Ever given dwarves a magma burial? Well, I mean, you still have to make a slab for them if you do. But I've done that in previous forts, not in this fort though. I'm kind of making them all coffins because I've just always done it that way in this fort, and I don't really want to change the dwarves' culture too much. Life update or something? I guess. I just why would you care about me? I know, I kind of do that on the Patreon. I don't know what that means, Banana. The wink wink concerns me. Humans have arrived to trade. We're just gonna build this up to here, probably, and then just chip it all the way over and spray water down probably around here. I'm sorry, why is there a bunch of thirsty dwarves right there? What the fuck's happening? We're all getting drinks now, so. Because you care? I mean, you just ask me. I don't know. Right now, the in-depth life updates are the $7 a month tier on Patreon. Otherwise, just pop into the stream and ask me. Unless something is really serious and I need to talk to everybody all at once, in which case then I'll make a video. But yeah, paranoid. Lava burials can be a really good way of disposing of corpses. The problem with lava burials is they're not like final. Like you can't use them in place of coffins. You still have to make coffins anyway. So at a point, it just they kind of feel redundant. Doing stuff like that just kind of feels redundant to me, personally. I don't particularly like doing it. I don't particularly like doing that. Sort of, Frog. So coffins and slabs, like burial mound slabs, like gravestones, once, if a dwarf's body has been put into a coffin or if a slab has been made for them, then they cannot come back as a ghost. But if the body's been destroyed and not buried in a coffin, or the body's been destroyed and they have not had a slab made for them with their name engraved on it, they will come back as a ghost. And then they can be one of like a half dozen different types of spirits, everything from just kind of existing and floating around and spooking dwarves that see it, all the way up to possessing dwarves to then murder 10 dwarves. So they're kind of something you want to avoid having around your fort. So they'll either like hang around and traumatize, they'll attack dwarves, or they can possess dwarves to attack other dwarves, which can kill your whole fort if you're not careful. Depending on how they died. If they died violently, they're more likely to be malevolent instead of benevolent. Othroar says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, that makes my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. World's the same as ever. When you slabbed every name that died that didn't already exist. Yeah, it's like when I slabbed. I had that suspicion that there was invisible ghosts in the fort that were harassing my merchants, which I'm still convinced was true. By the way, and then I made slabs for every single named person that had died on this map. So, yes. So if you bury a corpse in a coffin, it's properly respecting the dead, and then they will not come back and haunt you. Otherwise, they will come back and haunt you. I don't think that's mechanically possible, because the game isn't directly tracking everything that's going on off map. It's tracking events, but as I understand it, that doesn't happen. As I understand it. That could happen in histories. Something could get possessed by unknown forces. But in Fortress mode, no, as I understand it. Give me a second. Fire stupid. Bugs Bunny Fish Ducks. Be happy with the Fisher Dwarves. Sneak into the wine storage and eat pecan sandies while soda drips from special taps. Cheese triple brie special available. Sometimes shish kebab can satiate hunger. Other times, chocolate balls. I'll let you finish typing, Mark. Ghost me. Sad face. There you go. Don't you love it when chocolate balls ghost you, chat? You're having a nice conversation and then they just stop talking and never come back. Really sucks. I might actually have to dig through this side in one spot. Guess it would be right there, technically. If I were to do this the way I'm kind of planning to. But they have no way of getting there right now. We'll come back and figure that out later once we've got this whole thing built. Actually, doesn't matter what material we use for this. These outside walls do matter though, because they will not be changing color. Nope. Not in Fortress mode. Banana. Adventure mode, you can just light fire. There's just a command to light fire. Well, cheers. Rock. I've also never tried. Well, actually, there was one time I sort of burned a tree down, but it doesn't work as well as you think it does. It's like, go burn down a house. You have one match. It's like, well, I mean, I guess you could, but it would take a lot of work. So I guess probably? I don't know. I've never tried to really commit arson. Unlike you, I'm not a bad person, I guess. When I play adventure mode, I write poetry and dance on tables. I don't generally, like, be a murder hobo. It's gonna be really funny when, like, YouTubers and mainstream people try playing adventure mode and will just get mad all the time because they'll be like, why is this dwarf not just being an absolute horrible person? It's like, well, because it's not a game designed to be a horrible person. It's literally like, yeah, we're talking about in adventure mode. I mean, my mom set my hair on fire once. Yeah, but, like, doesn't really matter. Right, Fryer? Smells awful? That seems, like, dangerous to your scalp. Like, because that could cause permanent scarring and skin damage to your scalp. Doesn't seem even remotely... Just the ends? No, well... Seems okay. I will change my statement and say that seems very impractical because scissors are much more efficient and effective. But that just seems kind of pointless. That's like saying I cut my hair with a lawnmower. It's like, I guess you could, but like, why don't you just use scissors? It's like putting a nail into like your counter to it's like building a table with normal sized nails but using a sledgehammer. It's like, why don't you just use a normal sized hammer? It's more accurate, more efficient, probably faster, and you're less likely to hurt yourself. What's a Floby? Need to Google that. Because that seems like a brand name. Google. Floby. Floby factory direct home haircutting system. This seems like something that you'd see on As Seen on TV. The fuck is that? Revolutionary haircutting system or vacuum cleaner? Looks like a vacuum cleaner. The fuck am I looking at, mate? Is this literally like a scalp vacuum cleaner? It's a fucking scalp vacuum cleaner. All right. Is this one of, hold on a second. Is this one of these products that's... Looking at this ad, this seems like one of those products that people who are disabled would use. And like people who don't have proper motor function would use, like senior citizens would use or something. That is just being marketed at other people. It's like it's like Snuggies, those blankets with armholes. They were originally designed to be used for people who are in wheelchairs. So if you're in a wheelchair, you could have like a morning coat because you don't have to worry about putting it around your back. So if you can't lift yourself up, you just put on a Snuggie and then you're good to go. I'm trying to figure. I'd be willing to bet that there's probably some use case for that. The Guardian, the Floby, George Clooney reveals how he cuts his hair. I retract everything I just said. Moving on. Let's just play Dwarf Fortress. Oh, also, we're not building stuff because they're too busy bringing items to depot. I mean, almost all of those devices, Banana, are genuinely designed for disabled people. You can't breathe. Can't breath. Can't breath, not good. I hope you're okay over there. Please drink some water. And I'm just like sitting here going, I'm confused about everything. But no, genuinely, like, most of those bizarre products where you're like, I don't understand what this is for. If you think about it in the context of it's probably designed for somebody who doesn't have as much motor functions, it makes a lot of sense. And I 1000% guarantee you that George Clooney does not cut his hair with a Flowbee. You still want some of them? Oh, totally. Totally. Who doesn't want a thing that automatically cuts your eggs into a perfect, like egg dice shape? It's like those things where, like, I can't remember the name of it, that veggie cutter where you just, like, push the pump down and it cuts your veggies. You just, like, put the veggies in a thing and you go thunk, 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 and then you take it apart and put it in your dishwasher. It's like, my grandma used one of those when she got arthritis in her wrists that was too bad to use a knife. Like, that's what it's for. It's not for someone who has proper motor functions. But they market it to everybody because, well, if they get a couple extra sales because they're marketing it to everybody, then it makes logical sense to do that, right? And that's what they're trying to do, is they're just trying to get extra sales, really. A chest-mounted spice rack? That just seems like something that failed on Dragon's Den. Like, obviously, like, there's exceptions to every rule, right? You use them to slam garlic or onion into small pieces. I use a knife, but, you know, you do you. You crush it with the side of the blade, and then you just chop. Quick chop. I'm going to try and say your name, and I'm probably going to horribly butcher this. Hemidu Li Dabadu? Dabadu? I have no idea. Do I think I'm more clever than a dwarf? I can't tell if you're insulting my intelligence or trying to make a joke. I mean, those tits are spicy. That's all I can say about that banana. I'm not even going to show that image. That seems like a joke gift to me. How's Crypt Zombie going? Cooler gave me a thumbs up. So I assume it's going. Although I told him to draw both of them. I still think you're insulting my intelligence, while also somehow managing to fit more typos into that sentence than my brain can comprehend. You are incredible for playing the same game after years. All right, you're a true represent of slow gaming. I mean, this is anything but slow to me. Maybe it's slow to you, but I'm like constantly panicking at the at the rate at which dwarves do this. Oh, okay. Apparently, yeah. Banana. The grandfather of Burning Man? Wait, what? There was another one where there were multiple people with pockets full. Yeah, that doesn't seem safe. I mean, I do the smart thing when it comes to cooking oil. I put it on my counter. I know that might seem like a revolutionary, crazy concept, but works for me. You generally don't keep oil out unless you're actively pouring it. I keep it, as long as you don't keep it in direct sunlight, you're fine. Hey, little sun, enjoy your looks. As long as you don't keep it in direct sunlight, you're fine. What am I waiting for? I'm now waiting. What does sunlight do to it? Sunlight causes your oil to not be as happy. If you want your oil to taste fresh and flavorful, just leave it in either a cupboard or out on a counter outside of direct sunlight. Like any kind of liquid, things disintegrate if they're left in... Your skin disintegrates if you leave it in direct sunlight. You shouldn't keep foodstuffs, vinegar, oil, canned goods, anything in direct sunlight. You're literally leaving it in a radioactive ray of sunshine that is zapping it with radioactive particles. Just simply move it little foot to the left. Murphys! Good to see you. I hope you've been alright. Thanks for the Prime resub for the 8th month. Welcome back. Cancel the sun. It's too dangerous to let live. I've been agreeing with this for years. Why do you think I live in a black void? Couldn't agree more. Also get some vitamin D now and again, yeah? Alright, dwarves are storing stuff. I thought that said diagnose patient, but it didn't. Conduct meeting. Also, Chocobo is now a peasant. Welcome to the land of adulthood, Chocobo. What do you like? Tetrahedrite, zinc, pink tourmaline, panda leather, and the color chestnut, and spears, and male shirts, and thrones and crowns in the sight of the... Okay. You're always tense and jittery, and you tend to think before acting. You don't try to get things done perfectly. Well, all right. I'll give you all the metalsmithing. Gem cutting and setting. Stone, bone, glass, and weaving. Siege operating and mechanics. All the hauling. All those. Masonry. And some healthcare jobs. Not enough to replace your, like, the sun. Like, we are designed to go outside occasionally. We need some sunlight. Don't eat that second burrito. It's not worth it. Hey, Seth. Long time. It's good to see you. Yeah, don't eat the second burrito. Just like it's probably a good idea to have a sleeve of beer as your second beer instead of a second pint. But I hope you're doing well, Sathanos. All right. This will be pumped from the south. But I hope you've been well, Sathanos. That is some stoned shower thoughts if I heard one. Man, the only reason, if you think about it, the only reason the sun hasn't killed us is because of the magnetosphere. Yeah. Yeah, that's how the atmosphere works. We'd be dead if we didn't have it. And we're here because there was tiny little microbes that decided that having bodily functions and blurting gases out into our atmosphere was a good idea. We thank them for it, or should, theoretically, thank them for it. And Bumblebed is throwing another tantrum. That sucks. And is starting a fist fight. Well, that's not good. Hit somebody. Hit Moses. And then went and beat up a second person and is now running away, and they are chasing you. Well, that is really not good. Looks like they stopped chasing him. Started a fist fight and actually got chased by dwarves. That is really bad when that happens. 1 count of disorderly conduct. I'm hoping that there's more court crimes getting reported. I don't think anybody died. Doesn't look like anybody died. And just don't walk outside and jump really high, Banana. You should be fine. Two counts of disorderly conduct against Bumblebed. Seems like it's just the 2 counts. And looks like you're getting put in prison. Question is how long? 29 days. Well, it's better than the beating that you got previously. And we'll find out if Bumblebed likes being in prison. That was the most, oh god, I have a video I need to make ultimate than I've been in a while. I literally like woke up this morning, super lazy mode, was not expecting to have to do news today, and then was sitting down like at 1:45 to set up my computer for stream, and then was just like, duh? Depends on how high your frame rate is, but usually about an hour and a half mark. In this fort, it's about 2. 2 to 2.5 hours is about a year. Also, it depends on how much you're pausing. And if you're pausing a lot. The more you pause, the slower it is. In-game days? That's a question. I think it's 30 days per month, isn't it? And there's 12 months? Like, there's no leap years? Humiliated after being confined? Oh, that's not too good. It's literally just a dice roll. Also, someone asked about the vampire. Right there still. Still berserk. You like the new map though? There's a video I put up about it. Also, Kid Fox has put out a statement about it. It's one of those situations where it just kind of sucks, but there's enough concerns surrounding it that people are annoyed by it. I've tried to be like vague on the whole thing, and if people want to read into it and see the facts for themselves, they can. I probably know more than most people just because I've had a lot of people reach out to me in private about the whole subject, and it's one of those like, it's kind of a lot of stuff that aren't being stated publicly because they don't need to be, but TLDR, there's more than enough proof for them to go the route that they went. Of starving a vampire? The vampire didn't go to berserk because he was starving. The vampire went berserk because he had a prison sentence after murdering somebody. And while I was prepping an area for the vampire to live in after they came out of prison, they went berserk. So there was nothing I could do about it. There literally was nothing I could do at a point. I think that the pleasure you're getting out of being in here is actually outweighing the other side, but still not great. I solved the... I had to re-upload the video. I screwed up the render and it didn't check it because I was in a rush. So I had to re-record audio and re-upload it. But it's fine. When you're in a hurry to get stuff finished, oopsies happen, and oopsie happened. I think that's how we're gonna do this. And we'll knock out that. And I will put a lever right here. We're gonna need one. How old is the fort today, Eldragon? It is almost 345 or 344 years old. 344 years old. Also, a thing about the Patreon, which I'm not advertising super loudly, annual subscriptions are 16% off currently. Normally, they are 5% off. Like, you get a 5% discount, but you can get a 16% discount on any tier if you up all at once for a whole year. But yeah, no, I tend to absolutely agree. Like, Tarn seems... I wonder if Tarn's like me. Like, I'm productive and happy in the winter, and I sound a lot more enthusiastic in the winter, and I'm generally a happier person in the winter. So I wonder if it's just the season, or I wonder if it's because he finished the military screen, because the military screen was kind of the big specter over the project for a very long time. So I could kind of see that being part of what it was like, oh, it's just nice to have that screen done. So that might be part of it, but it is hard to say. Oops, actually, that's not what I wanted to do. Doing this up here. Random YouTube comment saying, you should make a fort and keep it alive for 1,000 years. Can't even remember who left it. It was on one of my older playthroughs. And my response was, fuck it. So, stupidity, I guess, would be the original motivation behind this. But what it's turned into is it is a challenge of frame rate death. And it's a challenge to the community that claims that frame rate death is a frequent and common and unavoidable occurrence, which I think is factually incorrect. There was a time when it was, but we are beyond those days. And I decided to make this fort as kind of proof that the game runs a lot better. I know, yeah, you can. With certain animals and certain pet types, you can intentionally frame rate death. It generally requires trapping a cat behind a not locked, not pet passable door. That'll frame rate death you. Getting a dwarf stuck in a tree and then telling that dwarf to invade another tile will frame rate death you. There's a few things that will, but it's almost always fixable. Also, just sheer overproduction and hoarding of items will eventually frame rate death the fort. Which I think is the most common cause, is people just super duper overproduce everything. Oopsies, I am going down, not up. But yeah, I don't know. Stupidity, I would say. Naivety would be the original impetus for this fort. Also, when I started this fort, I was in a much better mental state. And I could stream a lot more. So the completability of this was more doable in a short period of time. Like, we got through the first 200 years of this fortress in, I'd say, about half the time that I've gotten to the current year. The fort has slowed down significantly, and not because the frame rate slowed down, it's just because I don't play it as much. And not necessarily because I'm bored either, it's because I get depressed. We need to attach you to gear assembly. That one. Because people believe that that is the thing that you do in Dwarf Fortress, because people are used to playing Factorio. But, like, it's not even, like, necessarily Factorio's fault, because people were doing that pre-Factorio, too, so I don't know. I don't know. If I had an answer, I would tell you. Paranoid. But you almost always, if someone is complaining about having a frame rate problems, it's generally because of either poor pathing, or something is stuck somewhere, or you've just spent 100 years overproducing items. It's usually one of the three. Usually one of the three. It's like there's definitely games where you are benefited by hoarding items, and Dwarf Fortress kind of isn't one. If anything, in Dwarf Fortress, you are benefited by but yeah, number do go up. This is true. But in Dwarf Fort, it's not necessarily stockpile grow. Is depressing? Only ones you use now are finished goods and block stockpiles? You are somebody who probably would very much enjoy the process of, okay, so these won't work. You seem like someone who would very much enjoy the process of, what's it called? Why am I blanking on the term for it? Actually, you know what? The way we can do this is not deleting everything. Because I'm, like, trying to think about how to design this while also talking. You seem like somebody who would enjoy minecarts, then, in that case. Might I recommend you screw around with minecarts? The king does, Cithados, I'll have you know. The monarch of your faction very much cares about the value of your fort. Thank you very much. Sheesh. But yeah, who cares? Exactly. Is true. You've never actually used them? You might like minecarts. Also, allow me to tell you the good word of the greatest tool in Dwarf Fortress. Wheelbarrows. Literally, the whole point of wheelbarrows is they speed up the transporting of goods. So allow me to recommend that you get into wheelbarrows. What? Axon? Are you telling me that wheelbarrow fucks? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm so confused by that sentence. Well, a dwarf takes wood or iron, and then they craft a wheelbarrow? Let's see, that's I think the problem, Banana Unlimited, is you use the word waste so much time. I still hauling is what you should be saying. You're not wasting time. You're cleaning your fort. Do you waste time cleaning your kitchen at home? Or do you clean your kitchen? Generally, I would hope that you clean your kitchen rather than avoiding it because that's wasting time. Well, I mean, what's wasting time? Making a wood and stone stockpile? Or a dwarf having to run halfway across the map to get to your wood or stone stockpile to use wood or stone as part of crafting? Which one is wasting time? Also, it's Dwarf Fortress. If you're worried about wasting time, you're playing the wrong game. Because you'll always be frustrated. Always. What am I doing? That's what I'm doing. Wrong menu. Yeah, it goes pretty quickly, and then also only a maximum of 3 dwarves can actually haul to and from them. Because if there's wheelbarrows assigned to that stockpile, then they don't manually carry them. They just use the wheelbarrows. Vertical. No, not vertical. Horizontal. North, south. There we go. I don't have a crypt O emote, and I'm probably not going to, so can you stop, like, typing in nothing? There you go. Use actual emotes instead of just like typing in words, please. Especially because in my mind, O emotes just look like Omega Lol, and I really don't like those emotes. But yeah, what Seth said. Just use wheelbarrows, because then only a maximum of 3 dwarves can use the wheelbarrow. But yes, you should use wood and stone stockpiles, unless you want to use what are they called? Quantum stockpiling. But then you still need to transport stuff to the quantum stockpile, so it doesn't matter. If your annoyance is with the dwarves taking time to carry things, which shouldn't bother you, but because there is no time wasted in Dwarf Fortress. There's just time spent. Alright. Then if I need more power, we can go on the other side. Oh, it's diorite coming from. Oh, I know where it's coming from. Duh. Nope, they make lag worse, actually. Paranoid. Because items that are stored in a stockpile are removed from... Like, an item in a stockpile has no physics unless it's removed from the stockpile. So the game's tracking it and keeping an eye on it. But if you have them in a quantum stockpile, then they are not in a stockpile, meaning the item is still active and can be displaced. So on paper, they actually make things worse. I think they're cheesy, but my issue with them isn't the counterproductiveness. My issue with them are the people who tell me that I'm playing the game less optimally because I'm not using them, and the people who say that they look ugly. I think that big empty fortresses with no items lying around look less interesting, and I think that the large stockpiles look interesting. I use them temporarily sometimes for boulders to remove. Like, I have a quantum stockpile in this fort for boulders, which I use sometimes. But, like, it's just a get them to this spot so that we can then distribute them to where they need to be. It's a temporary solution to quickly move a bunch of stuff, not really a permanent solution. And I don't like using them. So, but I don't know. Use them for whatever you want to use them for, I guess. That needs 38 power. It's currently not producing any power because it doesn't have enough power to move the stuff. Also, QSP. I've never seen anybody write that before. Yeah, I don't like using quantum stockpiles because I find them more effort than they're worth, personally. They cause enough new problems and don't fix enough problems to really benefit me in the way I play. And I like the look of messy forts. I feel like the people who use them the most just like really clean forts, which is fine. Seeker's throwing a tantrum. I might just need to expel like 2 more dwarves, which sucks. Got into a fight with Peter. Although if you killed Peter, that actually wouldn't be that big of a deal because Peter's pretty tantrumy too. Was no crime committed? Oh, nope. Crimes were committed. And there was witnesses. Seeker beat up Peter. Let's see what you get pointed with. There's nothing to catch in the raw adamantine deposit? Why is that an announcement you're getting, Taiga? How? Yeah, no, absolutely. Zinc is a lovely material. Does Seeker get any prison time or just the beating? Just the beating. I really want to know why there's a dwarf trying to fish out of your adamantine deposit, though. That's just funny. But yeah, I like big, messy stockpiles. I think stockpiles are fun. These forts are going to become messy inevitably anyway, and if you're spending all your time focusing on trying to keep everything cleaned, it's not... Like, it's going to be a net negative over time. It's a dwarven fortress. It's not going to be perfectly kept all the time. There we go. This is using almost as much power as it's producing, which is kind of funny. All right. Let's also just get rid of all these. Although, I'd be more concerned if there was something available to catch in the adamantine deposit. I mean, like, let's be honest here for a second. It's like, if they were catching something in the adamantine deposit, you need to be very concerned about that adamantine deposit. It's like, we found some soul and a sighted demon. Very exciting. Clownfish. Yeah, there you go. We found Nemo. We did it, guys. I wish I was on the ball with that one. That's 10 out of 10. Well done. And you have a quarry with water, and some dwarves don't really see any problem with fishing there. I think the problem is that you're letting dwarves fish. If you just removed all fishing jobs, this would sort out this issue immediately. You mean the #1 cause of no fish? I don't hate fish. I just find dwarves tend to die when they spend a lot of time fishing. Also, Seth, am I mistaken, or did you use Iron Hand when you were Now that I think about it, when you were building Arch Crystal, you used Iron Hand, right? So far, out of all of the comments I've seen on the video I uploaded today, only one person is just like, I don't like it. Hello, freeways, those things. So I'd say that's pretty good. 47 comments, one of them is negative. Sounds like you are projecting on fish cleaners. Did you what tile set did you use when you built Arch Crystal? I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've looked at it. It was either like obsidian or like I'm just trying to remember what tile set you used. This probably won't look the same. No, probably not. Probably not. Windmill. I'll go there, there. I unfortunately don't have space to put them up there, but. Oh, you used Phoebus? Gotcha, gotcha. I use ASCII? As you should. Damn right. Alright, I couldn't remember what tile set you used. I'm not much of a graphical tile set person, period. So. Guys, I might just have to expel Bumblebed. This dwarf is too much of a liability. Goodbye, Bumblebed. You were a good dwarf while you lasted, but you are too much of a liability now. Seeker is next. Peter hasn't tantrumed, though, so we can keep Peter. Also, apparently... Oh, I misread that. None of them had useful skills and were related to nobles. No one was happy with their lodgings and didn't even have basic defenses. Well, I mean, that's up to the player then to retrain them. Seems like you just need to ramp up your schooling. Because I too have had, like, my forts overrun by fisher dwarves before, and it's like... That just means it's time to completely rethink how you're managing your fort more than anything. That just sounds like Dwarf Fortress. Though, it doesn't really matter. You use CLA mostly, which is kind of graphical, but mostly ASCII. Yeah, I like the kind of the ones that are very much just ASCII, but like replaces some of the like this one. It's very much just ASCII, but replaces some of the tiles so that they look a little more graphical. It's gonna knock down this wall. All right, I'm going to quickly go use the restroom because I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, believe it or not. Today's flying by. Oh, shit. It's autumn. Ras has arrived to bring us tribute. Lonesome. Very cozy and rustic and keeps the original feel. Lonesome. Can you link that one? I mean, I could also search for it. I don't believe I'm as familiar with that one as I should be. For in your fort, wealth got astronomical, way faster than you could handle, and the second migrant wave was massive. I mean, they should be making rock pots because rock pots are better than wooden barrels, but... Is this... Let's see. Is this the one that I'm thinking it is? Right, yeah. I've seen very similar tile sets to this one being used for other games. Like, in roguelikes and stuff. Lonesome? Which is this one. I've seen very similar ones to this before being used in other things. The one thing that I would change about Lonesome is it does the one thing about vanilla ASCII that bothers me, which is the tiles for floors are little X's that don't connect, and I, at a glance, have a hard time, and I have this problem with any ASCII game. I, at a glance, have a hard time deciphering between floor tiles and reminding my brain that they are separate, that they are connected floor tiles. I always think that there's like gaps in between them, which drives me nuts. So I would like extend that slightly, but I just add an extra 3 pixels on either end so that it connects. That's the only thing that really bothers me about it. Aside from that, it's fine tile set. Looks lovely. There was a person streaming for a while who used that tile set. I like it. Not those colors though. Different colors. Also kind of reminds me of the Humble tile set, I think it's called. I think it's Humble is the name of it. Could be wrong. Small? Small for them? Oh, damn, it is small for them. Getting cheap with us. Best be concerned. Let's see how Chocobo and Rari are doing. Oy vey. Do I have a method of dealing with vampires? There's only been one in this fortress, and they were born in this fortress and became a vampire in this fortress, so I knew that they were a vampire already. But otherwise, I can usually, as far as like in other fortresses, not this one, but in other fortresses, I just glance at the description of every dwarf, and I can usually spot a vampire a mile away. Because I'm a sociopath who plays way too much of this game. There's usually a few telltale signs, like if a dwarf claims to be in their 80s and they have white hair, I almost guarantee you they're a vampire. If a dwarf is... Like, if it's a younger dwarf and they have white hair, or if it's a younger dwarf and they have white hair, they're probably a vampire. If it says they can't even remember the last time they had some in regards to alcohol, they're probably a vampire. It used to be if they had a random legendary skill like speaking or lying, they were probably a vampire, but that's less the case these days because of the way the game's changed. Woe is me. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Is vertical and horizontal symmetry is off compared to using a tile set? Vertical? Oh, you mean like using square ASCII instead of a like widescreen? But like you could just use widescreen ASCII though. You don't have to use a square tile set. Basically what I'm saying is there are tile sets that fix that. When Stim version? When it's finished. What was me? But you already knew that. Yeah. What Cooler said. It's like if you don't want square ASCII, don't use a square tile set. Do people come in to ask about that? Often enough. Although usually it's less of a when Steam version angry face and more of a, is that actually coming out? Because, you know, people are used to modern games and the speed at which they develop. But that's been the case with Dwarf Fortress for years. I mean, like, the most common question I got before the Steam version was announced when I was streaming Dwarf Fortress was, I thought this game was dead. And this game still gets updates is one that I used to get a lot. And now it's, when's it out? Because, you know, people are used to hollow promises. Yeah. I mean, people aren't used to fully self-funded indies that get to do whatever at the rate that they want. Hey! I just got really excited. There's a video about Project Zomboid multiplayer in Beta 41. Cool. Cool. Which means maybe my team can actually run a server for that game again. Hey, I can't wait. I'm actually really excited about that. I will totally play that. Looking forward to that. What do you mean by at cost? Banana? I mean, you can read their monthly reports where they post their monthly earnings if you're interested in that sort of thing. But generally, yes, but that's because they're super frugal, not because they're, no, it's 2 of them. Actually, technically, so Bay 12 is 4 people, technically, that are being supported off of that money, because it's Zach and Tarn, right? And also all of their medical costs. So it's 8,000 on Patreon plus another like 5 off Patreon, split in 2, plus taxes. That's not a lot of money. I make almost as much as Tarn does streaming. So that's not a lot of money. 8,000 for one person on Patreon per month. That's not bad. But when you split it in half, plus, you know, it's Zach and his brother, both of their housing costs, both of their living costs, Zach's brother's partner, and their pets, Tarn's pets, and all, like, they're frugal. There's a reason why. Incredible? In this economy? No, you're forgetting taxes, woe is me. Minus 35%. No, Patreon doesn't eat 30%. Patreon eats less than 1%. Minus 30% from taxes is what you're forgetting. That's the part that you're forgetting. Just remember, Tarn got evicted from his apartment earlier this year. I almost said last year. Earlier this year. I don't think you understand the concept of this thing called living costs, woe is me, and business costs, but I'm not going to sit here and argue their financials. You can go read them on the forums if you want. He literally just posted them for this month. So right here. This is their monthly earnings. And if you care about this stuff, just go read it yourself. Like, it's none of my business. But it's not a lot of money for what they're doing. For the amount of people they're supporting and the amount of work that they have to do and what they're doing, it's like nothing. In a world where Tarn could go get a job, excuse me, working as a algorithm programmer and make significantly more money. Like, when you take into account the amount of education and expertise that he has versus what he's making pennies. He's making significantly less what he should be making. I mean, like, when I show people the amount of money that I make, some people blink and go, that's a lot of money, but it's like, based on the cost of living where I live, I am yearly income, I am about $15,000 below what is considered poverty in an annual basis. And Tarn's not that far off from where I'm at. So, like, I'm just frugal, and so is Tarn. That's what you need to be. But to answer your question, yes, Bay 12 Games is funded. They are making enough money, yes. Yeah, there's a reason I'm playing Halo Infinite and probably won't play the campaign. Unless I decide to just download it on Game Pass. Assuming I keep the Game Pass sub up, which at this point I still am probably going to. Hopefully the Steam release will make them millionaires. Because frankly, they deserve it. All of that information is available if you want to go look for it. Woe is me. Nil says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Cheese. Naturally. Tarn actually did an interview on what he would do if the game sold 1 million copies, and he basically stated that he wouldn't know what to do with that much money. And I can relate. Let's also pull that lever. I want to see that gear stop spinning. I mean, maybe. Banana. I know that that's a joke, but I don't really know how to respond to it. It's like, I realize that is humor, but I don't see it as funny and also don't know how to respond, so I will just say, okay. Oh, to live from art, that you hope that they sell 1 million copies of DF? I hope that they sell 1 million. There's definitely a precedent for them to sell 1 million copies of DF. They'll sell at least 1 copy. Make that 3. I mean, I can guess that they'll sell at least 50 copies because there's 50 people watching this stream right now. So they'll probably sell at least 50 copies. I forgot that windmills spin sometimes. There we go. Now we're actually generating some power on this. Better, better, better. Well, I can tell you this. They lost some sales after the artist transfer because there was a few people who swore in my YouTube comments that they refuse to support games that do not support the use of free artwork that's been abandoned or nobody cares about. So basically there was a few people who are just like, yo, I won't buy a game that doesn't support stealing artwork and maybe getting sued. People on YouTube, in YouTube comments, having good takes and being smart. That is what that means. People be crazy, people be stupid. It's not even people be crazy, people are idiots sometimes. And YouTube comments are like a lovely display of how stupid people can be. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, I tend to agree. That is a very specific thing to be passionate about. A very weird hill to die on is usually the wording I like to use for stuff like that. Like, of all the hills you could choose to jump off of, that's the one you pick? Okay. The hill I choose to die on is I don't vote for people who don't want free healthcare. So... that's the hill I choose to die on. I mean... do you have my vote? Are you a political leader in Canada? Running with a party that I agree with? Some people's balls just haven't dropped yet, Banana. It's just kind of a fact. That's not true, Mark. Of all the things you've said today, that is certainly not true. It certainly has hurt lots of people, many times, in many countries. And probably will continue to hurt people many times in many countries. And what if you said yes? I would say Pixar didn't happen. Wait, of Caves of Cud? Wave depletion? What else? Like, who else would you be talking? Really? NES ROMs of Caves of Cud? They can compress it enough to do that? That's not that small of an install. Like, how much space can NES ROMs fit? I guess, like, they'd have to, like, completely change the... I wonder how much of the install now is actually just graphics and music. Okay, now that makes a lot more sense. I thought that you were talking to him about porting Caves of Cud to NES, and I was like, what? Caves of Cud has lots of maths. Maths is hard. Little NES brain can't handle. But okay, that makes a lot more sense. I jumped to conclusions. My apologies. Maybe PS1. Maybe. But I think my response makes a bit more sense now that I understand what wave depletion is saying. You had me real worried for a second. I was like, That's why I was like, Caves of Cud's like hundreds of megabytes. Now what they should do is port it to DOS. That's what they should do. Why am I? That's what I'm looking for. It's like, why did I forget where the S key is on my keyboard? My brain is. Oh, probably. There's probably more than one. In regards to annual coding challenges. Alright, so I can just connect those two and then pull that lever when we're ready to turn the thing on. We are nowhere near close to that. But we are making progress. I mean, Jupiter Hell already has an option, already has the engine capabilities to run entirely in terminals, so. They just need to finish the functionality and make it work, but instead of, you know, being able to work on fun stuff like that, the community wants mouse support, so. For some reason. Responding to comments. Because I have this obsessive need to respond to everything for some reason. Keyboard scary? How so? Why so? YouTube comment sections can be, like, hurt my brain, but I don't find them particularly scary. It's just when people post really bad takes that it hurts, but outside of that, it's fine. Yeah, cool. We got more than enough power. Excellent. Windmill. Boop. Boop. Still needs an architect. Where's my architect at? Oh, yeah. I mean, we're specifically referring to Jupiter Hell in regards to mouse support, but Jupiter Hell is such a cool game, and it gets so overshadowed by games that I don't deserve it. It's so sad. Like, genuinely, like, that. It's such a sad situation that game is in. It's better than it was now that it's hit 1.0. At least they can, like, afford to work on the thing, but high lowercase with a ... scares me. Although you've responded to comments that I've left for you before. with the custom ROM banking trickery. I'd be concerned about how they would store enough graphics for it. But has anybody here played a game called Micro Mages, or seen a game called Micro Mages? I think is the name of it, Micro Mages. Yeah, Micro Mages. This is a game that does some pretty good retro trickery to run on the NES. It's actually ridiculous. There's like a 20-minute video about all of the assets that they reuse and how they trick it into looking like it's more intricate than it actually is. Returning to the start screen. People still, it's still the only reason why Jupiter Hell doesn't have overwhelmingly positive reviews, is because they got enough negative reviews about it not having mouse support that people, you know, caused it to fall down. But it's recovering slowly. Also, they're getting close to 1,000 reviews, which means that game's still selling, which is nice. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. The difference between like traditional roguelikes and Dwarf Fortress is I think Dwarf Fortress might actually end up playing better in the long run with mouse support. Hotkeys will still speed things up, but I think for a lot of people it'll be much more comfortable to play with a mouse. Whereas a game like Jupiter Hell, it's like just factually illogical. But I realize that for some people it's a accessibility thing, and that's why they should do it, which is why they're doing it. But still, just sad face. Also, check out this power usage stone. Make it so difficult? No, they don't. They just make the initial learning procedure a little slower, but once you memorize hotkeys, it speeds everything up. Learning to type the first time sucks, but once you know how to type, it's so much faster than using on-screen keyboard and clicking on the letters. We all learned to type once. Generally, unless you're my mom, in which case she just types really slowly. We only need to learn it once, which is the benefit. Mouse support is a thing most games can't do properly for some reason. A lot of games have incredibly floaty feel to it. I can explain to you why. With oversized cursor buttons and you're guessing console parts to blame for it. Mouse acceleration is a direct artifact from controller support for games. Games that have mouse acceleration are designed for console first. And the reason for this is because if you're using an analog stick, you want acceleration because you want it to accelerate as you push the stick to the left because you're using an analog stick instead of a mouse where you just point. So on a mouse acceleration feels terrible. On an analog stick, acceleration feels the way it should. And the issue is if the developer only designs around one and doesn't give you the option for the other, then it gimps the other control scheme. The real issue happens when you have a shoddy PC port like the old Dead Space ports, where they have mouse acceleration on, and the only way to deactivate it is at an engine level. It sucks. What do you mean by break thermodynamics? Why would that break thermodynamics? But yeah, that's why mouse support often feels floaty and not great. It's just shoddy programming, basically. Talking about water reactors? I mean, yeah, but that doesn't break thermodynamics. I mean, I'm pumping water up, and it's going to go up and over and then back down. But I don't understand why or how that breaks thermodynamics. Yeah, you can have infinite power. I'm just not doing that because it's cheesy. If that's what you're asking. Like, if you're asking if you can break the game and make an infinite power generator, absolutely. Am I doing that? No. I have perfectly good wind power. I'd rather have wind power. Yeah, you can make unlimited power with 2 pumps or with 2 water wheels, a pump, and a bucket. If you really want. But like, it's cheesy. Oopsies. I mean, 2 pumps is all you need if you're determined enough. Damn, all those wins. Lots being generous this afternoon. I'm staring at that sentence, Banana, and I do not understand it, but that's okay, I think. It's probably for the best. I'm starting to think that, like, my brain doesn't function properly and I just can't understand text-based sarcasm. It's like I literally need, like, a kappa or something to be able to comprehend it. Otherwise, it just looks like nonsense to me half the time. I don't understand it. Call me uneducated, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure to you it's probably a super clear, obvious thing, but I have zero idea what you're talking about. See, I understand what Falafel said. I don't understand what you said. Still doesn't change the fact that I have no idea what you're talking about. I know what Falafel said. That makes sense to me. I have no idea what you said. But, whatever. I give up. I mean, okay. I'm going to stop talking to chat for 5 minutes because I can't comprehend it. Chat, can I get a round of beers to push this up? Because I genuinely have no idea what you guys are talking about. Maybe I'm just, like you guys are actually making me feel like I'm an idiot. I do not have any idea what the fuck anybody's talking about anymore. It's like, I know exactly what Taigo means. I know exactly what falafel means. I know exactly what banana is saying. I just don't understand what the purpose of anything is! But... Bleh. This is one of those days where, like, Twitch chat just, like... I understand what you're saying. I don't understand why you're saying it. Or what the purpose of you saying it is. And I don't understand why we need to have these conversations. When you can just, like... not. Does that make sense? I need more coffee. Hi, cooler. got a lot of editing to do tonight. Chad, am I an idiot? Genuine question. Thanks, Selfsalot. Good to know. Just needed somebody to confirm that for me. All right. I wish that Rick and Morty didn't exist. Does that count as understanding Rick and Morty? Like, I genuinely wish it never took off and failed and was canceled. In fact, every now and again, I've had dreams of a world where Rick and Morty didn't exist and everybody's life would be slightly better. True facts. Why? Because that fan base likes to harass people for fucked up reasons and stupid reasons? You're talking to somebody who worked for McDonald's during the Szechuan sauce bullshit? Yeah, fuck Rick and Morty. Like, fuck that stupid goddamn piece of shit show. Fucking moronic. Absolute nonsense garbage. That's my take on Rick and Morty. The guy who does the voice acting for that stuff's pretty cool, though. Met him at PAX. Show itself, fuck it. Fuck everything to do with it. Garbage. Absolute goddamn garbage. No, and also it's nothing to do with the fan base. It's the show. The show makes the fan base, right? The audience makes the fan base. Just like chat was very clearly communicating earlier today, a game is only as good as its audience is, and if an audience is toxic, then the game is by default toxic. If the show's audience is terrible, then the show is terrible. You have zero clue who fucked who on that, Banana. You have no idea. Like, genuinely, you have no idea. Did they not finish that lower one? What? Excuse me? Bring from the north, alright, so pump from the south. Did I not read that right? Did I mess this up? No, okay, I had it backwards. Thank Christ. Paranoid. No. There's definitely, well, like, we're not in smooth sailing right now. Enough of the dwarves are distressed that, like, they could, like, not spiral, but enough of the dwarves are distressed that this fortress could, like, die out. So, no. There's also been, like, points where we've lost, like, a third of the population in a stream. That's happened a couple of times. No, it's not all been smooth sailing. Alright, here comes the more dwarfs. But yeah, I wouldn't say that Longdeath has had periods of smooth sailing, but it certainly hasn't been smooth sailing the whole time. Even though it's not like maybe immediately obvious that it hasn't been smooth sailing, just because like we're not getting invaded, but just because we're not getting invaded doesn't mean like the game requires zero effort. Like wouldn't be able to just let this fortress run. It wouldn't just run itself. I have to come in and make changes and tweak things. So. I'll put it this way, Banana. I have about the same level of tolerance for Rick and Morty as I do for Homestuck, which is that. Just because of how unpleasant people who like it are. And bad experiences ruin people for people all the damn time. And Peter's throwing a tantrum, which is I think your first tantrum of today. Do you see any frame loss? Like you're watching, right? It's running at about 50 frames a second, 40 to 50 frames a second. Sometimes it drops below, but it fixes itself pretty quickly. I don't like it when things allow people to be horrible to other people. And that ruins entire IPs and things for me frequently. If it ruins other people. And so don't act so surprised when I dislike something that you like, because the people who like that thing directly caused me anguish and pain. Or upset. Don't act so shocked. Do you know what? Do you even know what Salty Bet is? Salty Bet is about as close to betting as like my ticket system. It's like you earn imaginary points and you bet them on procedurally generated fighting games. Or rather, procedurally generated fighters in a fighting game engine. That's all that Salty Bet is. It's not actual money. It's not actually betting. It's literally like the tickets. Okay. That's all it is. Yeah, it's betting fake internet points for fake internet points. That's all that it is. Yes, like my tickets. Wait, so hold on a second. Are you asking what Salty Bet is, or do you just want to talk about Salty Bet? Okay, you are asking what it is. Okay, I gotcha. For a second there, I thought you were just talking about Salty Bet. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, you're just explaining Salty Bet. Wait, are you asking us about Salty Bet, or are you trying to talk to us about Salty Bet? Because like, I'm down to talk about Salty Bet if you want to talk about Salty Bet. That time that Goku beat the crap out of other Goku was pretty great. That's like my entire knowledge of Salty Bet. It's a Twitch stream. Just go to twitch.tv/saltybet. Yeah, generally. Parapen. Generally. Or just go, I think saltybet.com is the website? Or maybe it's .gg, I actually can't remember. Might be .gg. I got way into Salty Bet for like 2 days and then kind of forgot it existed. I'll be completely honest. Then every now and again, Hobo reminds me that it exists, and I'm like, oh, right. Yeah, that was the thing I got way into for like 3 days. That's kind of my experience with Salty Bet. Not exactly a very dedicated Salty Better, to be honest. Well, I mean, Cockfighting Video Game Edition is now just Far Cry 5. But pretty much, yeah. No. I guess it's just kind of an example of the issues with, man, my estimation was perfect. I made the right amount of materials. I mean, you can bet real money on anything if you really want to, but that's not what it is. Just because you can doesn't mean that's what the point of the service is. And that is not the point of the service. So why even say that? It's like, of course you can. But it's not what it's for, so. It's like, why even say that? Comes from the north. Yeah, and I witnessed people betting on arm wrestling matches in high school. What's your point? It's like, there's literally no reason to state that. This addition to this topic benefits nobody. Right? Because it all sounds like, what's salty bet? We're like, well, it's a thing where you bet fake internet points on fake internet fighting games. And then you're like, you can bet real money. It's like, you could bet real money on my stream as to how long, whether or not I'll ban somebody that day. Stating it doesn't benefit anybody. You could, but it doesn't benefit anybody. It's like, yes, you could bet real money on salty bet, but stating that you can doesn't benefit anybody. You can bet money on literally anything. Assuming you're a legal adult. Otherwise, that's illegal. Never stopped anybody, though. Also, can I just say that anybody who streams gambling on Twitch is a terrible person? That is all. Let's do this. I'm on a tear today, jeez. Like somebody electrocuted my brain. Connecting you. Streaming content on Twitch should be a bannable offense from Twitch, and I hate that people are allowed to do it, period. But just my take. Lots of people lose lots of money on gambling all the time. It's unfortunate for your friend. That's genuinely disgusting, Mark. Although that might be sarcasm and I can't tell because you didn't use a kappa if it was. Let's do that. There you go. Yes, now better. Now I know that you're being sarcastic. Lol would have worked, but you didn't use either, so. If you want to, like, make it clear that you're being sarcastic on a website where the only format of communication is text, use some format to explain that you're being sarcastic. You could use /s, you could use Kappa, you could use a lull, you could use a different lull, you could use a forehead, you could use any emote. Just try and make it clear that you're being sarcastic. Otherwise, I will take what you are saying literally. So I think I'm going to catch the water down here. And we're going to run it probably through a hole. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure where I'm going to run it. I could run it into here. Should be fine. Although actually I'm going to need to go down here right quick. Cool. That lever's been pulled. Excellent. How high do you go? I was sitting there going, why is the game running so slowly? And then I realized it's paused. I do that like 3 times a day. I'll be like, why is game running so slowly? It's like, oh, that's why. Or like more accurately, not why is the game running so slowly? Why isn't that dwarf moving? Accurate, Lump. That's like me today, except hiding from Twitch chat. You know, some days, like, you just have a weird day where, like, your brain doesn't fully work properly, but, like, you're still at work. That's me today. My brain is, like, mostly here. I am mostly here, I think. Well, it's like hiding from chat is like trying to communicate with chat without like saying dumb shit constantly, without like confusing chat, without confusing yourself, and I'm just kind of incapable of doing all of that right now. Apparently. I'll cancel this spot right here and put a door there. You can't push them off the edge of the map. Like, are you talking about the edge of the map or like the edge of a wall? You literally can't be pushed off the edge of the map. Have you seen the TV show The Dome? Or read the short story The Dome? Edge of a cliff, they would fall off. Why is that even hypothetically that happens? If somebody pushes a dwarf on the edge of it like this, yeah, they'd fall and go splat. Gravity happens. Oh, the chain? I don't think you can push them then, because then the chain would hold them. Hold them. They'd probably fall over, grab the thing, and climb back up. I would guess. Why? Are you trying to hang a dwarf? They would literally fall onto the edge and pop back up. Because they can grab onto the edge, and the chain would give them the ability to grab onto the edge. And they'd climb back up. YouTube, are you okay? Nope. YouTube is not okay. Why are you trying to chain dwarves and push them off a cliff? Is my question. That sounds torturous. Kind of asinine. Sometimes if you have a king in your fort and they get real mad, well, because like dwarves decide what the punishment for a crime is, right? So the player can't do anything unless you just want to kill a dwarf, which you could do. But it's very rare that dwarves will actually give the death penalty for anything. I've seen it a couple of times in instances where the king is wronged, but the king or queen are the only people that I'm aware of that can actually, like, send out death sentences. So the player can't set any sentences. The dwarves decide what those sentences are. So if your question is, can the player... no. Because if they're chained, they cannot, like, if they are in prison, which would require them to be chained, banana, then, because you can't chain up a dwarf, you can't just order a dwarf to be chained, they have to be in prison, right? So, if they are a goblin, they could be, but a dwarf, no, because they cannot operate a crossbow while also in prison. Yeah, which is why I ban people sometimes, Stone, because annoying the king is treason. You're trying to avoid a watchtower with a blind spot underneath? Cut a hole in the floor. Put a grate on it. You could have just said that. I could have just told you that. Cut a hole in the floor and put a grate in it. Put a puppy in there. Problem solved. Or just don't have, like, open space underneath it. No, like, I've actually gotten proper death sentences in this fort before. We sold... I can't remember what we sold. We sold something that the king didn't want us exporting. It was a piece of clothing. And it actually had, like, execute dwarfs, so what I did was I removed the captain of the guard for a couple of years until the king forgot about it. But it doesn't say, like, beating a dwarf. It actually says, like, executing dwarf name as the job title. Off with his head. What lump said? Annoying the king is treason. Yep, so off with his head. You are being accused of the crime of annoying the king slightly. On whose authority? The king's. They can just climb down walls unless the wall is smoothed. I guess my question is, what are you trying to achieve? Because you asked me for what, if you told me what you were trying to achieve, I could give you some ideas, but just asking me all these weird hypothetical questions, it doesn't really get anybody very far at all. So if you just ask me what you're trying to do, I could maybe help. That king passed away of old age after a reign of like 140 years or something. But if you're trying to do repelling dwarves can just climb down walls, but in fortress mode, you're never going to make that work. Like, it's never going to work. Because dwarves aren't really designed to do that. Yeah, I mean, odds are in our favor that we'll get another king one day, but... Also, we are in early winter. What am I working on? I am working on a sprinkler for the tavern. That's what I'm working on. No, it'll do the opposite. The dwarves will keep the floors clean, though. What do you mean limited space? You have plenty of space. You struggle with fluid dynamics? That's just a matter of practice. What part of the fluid dynamics do you struggle with? You mean mist, not steam? Steam hurts dwarves. Mist is what you want. I'll tell you what would happen if you actually managed to pull that off, Banana. They would get shot with a couple bolts from goblins or whoever's invading you, and they would die almost immediately. That is what would happen, because they'd have no way of dodging. So if they are repelled over the edge and hanging there, which you could potentially pull off, they would just get shot and die almost immediately. So even if you were able to pull that off, which I don't think you'd be able to, because I don't think they'd be able to shoot from that position, because they'd be trying to scramble back up. You'd need a secondary wall in front of them to stop them from getting shot at. Peter's throwing a tantrum. Where are you, Peter? Ay. But yeah, I think that you would actually make more of your own dead dwarves than anything. That. So, sorry for, like, ruining your hopes and dreams on that one, but that is my assumption of what would happen. Two-Z level corridor with fortifications on all sides. They crawl down? Why would they need to crawl down it? I mean, they could just... I mean, generally, if you want to have a tower that doesn't have a blind spot underneath, don't build a blind spot under the tower. Right? Like, just build up. Don't have a suspended tower if you don't want to have, or like dig a moat around it or something. If you don't want a blind spot underneath it. Also, like, crossbow dwarves kind of suck. So I don't know. Oh, you have hiccups, apparently. Speaking of things that suck. Can the supporting column be made out of fortifications? Yep. I think. You can build on top of fortifications with more fortifications, right? I need to test that, but I think you can. Although you might need to do fortifications, walls, fortifications, walls, fortifications, walls, fortifications, walls. I don't think you can just do fortification, 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 fortification. Or like do wall, fortification, and make it like a checkerboard pattern alternating. But I don't think you can just build fortifications. Yeah. I mean, usually what I do if I want to have a tower is I'll just make a base. Usually what I'll do is I'll dig a moat, right? Like this, and then build a fortification wall here that's has one tile of walking space here where the dwarves can run back and forth in like a battlement type thing and shoot flat at the enemy instead of being raised above. That's what I've always found is the most effective. Is just like, or like underground, right? Actually, Krug Smash did this design in Scorch Fountain, I think, where he had like a walkway and then a trench and then lava in the trench, and then on the other side of the trench he had a walkway for his dwarves to shoot arrows at them. Or that sort of thing, yeah. That could also work. I don't know. There's lots of ways to make it work, but like the hanging dwarves thing, I would question whether or not it would even be practical in Fortress mode, and would probably just end with more casualties than anything. Let's just see, where is this landing? There? That's a pretty good spot. Where'd my nice go? Mistletoe dwarf. I mean, you could still make a mistletoe goblin. But just like, you know, keep in mind that it's just not that practical. Now, what's great, actually, would be mistletoe zombies. It would be like tying up zombies and having them hang over the edge. That would be great. That would be great. Break off their arms so they can't climb up? I mean, if you make them into zombies, then they just can't climb up. So it's fine. Or rather, if they're friendly zombies, then they won't care to climb up. They'll just hang out. Quite literally. But then you need a friendly zombie that you can then tie up, that you can... There's a lot of if-thens in that whole thing, so that might be tricky. Also what Paranoid Meteoroid said. That can help you diagnose why fights aren't working from above. I've trapped and trained several dragons in my life, yeah. Never seen a cave dragon, though. Always wanted to see a cave dragon, but I've just never seen one. Hello, Cost Lord. How are you? I mean, it still would be impractical and kind of silly for you to use that system for military regardless of if you're also punishing people that way. So it's not that it would be less unusual. It's just, that's a really good way to just kill your own soldiers. And not much else. Painful work-wise? Well, hopefully it goes by easily. Like, I think that there's kind of a difference between something being unusual and something being not something that would work. And I don't draw too thick of a line between the two. It's like, either that'll work or it wouldn't work. And if I say, if it's something that wouldn't work, it's not unusual. It's just nobody does it because it doesn't work. And I'm pretty sure that that wouldn't work. That being said, if you can make it work, that would be kind of exciting. Much better for you at the moment. Just note that they do scar your dwarves for life whenever they see corpses like hanging from things. God, so much hopelessness after being nauseated by the sun. Naturally. Banana. Alright, so I know how I'm going to do this. Or rather, I've decided how I'm going to do this. Let's remove the constructions from this. We're going to just tack it onto this one. Would a spike moat a spike-filled moat, like a moat with spikes at the bottom, like without like a moat with spikes at the bottom without like liquids in it. Dry moats, I would actually argue, are it's better to have a dry moat with spikes at the bottom than it is to have a moat with water in it. It is better to have a moat with nothing in it than a moat with water in it. Water actively makes moats worse. Better aesthetically, but worse practically. Yeah, but yeah, if you make a moat with nothing but menacing spikes, that is probably the most effective and efficient moat you could make. I also shouldn't have done it in that order, but okay. Actually, nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted diorite. Where'd my diorite? Diorite or gabbro? One of the two. I'll use gabbro. Also, and also the reason why water is worse is because things can swim in water. They can't swim in air unless they're flying, in which case they don't care about your moat to begin with. So if you make a moat that's 5 layers down and fill it up with water, something could theoretically swim across. If you make a moat that's 5 layers down and fill it up with spikes, something gets pushed in, they go stunk and get stuck on the spikes. Yep, it does indeed launch them into the air. I've actually accidentally launched goblins into my fort before using using that method, which is kind of hilarious. Not gonna lie, but also not exactly optimal for like your fort's survivability, I guess. But still hilarious, so it's fine. I mean, it's a game that's been around for a long time, so logically you could have been around for a long time without seeing that. You could have existed on Earth for a long time without seeing this game. Dragoneer. But you could say that about any game that's existed for more than, you know, a year. It's been a long time since I've seen gameplay of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Because that game came out in, what, early 2000s? I actually had a friend for a minute there who was, like, very obsessed with that game. Yeah, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone for PC. It was like a 3D platformer adventure game. It was like a level-based 3D platform adventure game where you had to, like, go to school and learn spells by, like, drawing spells on the screen. And, like, there was I just remember this asininely complicated puzzle section in the library where you had to jump from bookcase to bookcase to bookcase while casting spells to stop this guy from chasing you so that you could get into the attic to get a collectible. It was a video game, yeah, for its time. I'm not going to say it was good because I genuinely can't remember if it actually was, but we had some friends had some fun with it, passing it back and forth and playing for a bit. It was a game that existed, that's for sure. You know what's another game that I haven't seen in a long time? Lego Racers. I wonder if that game ages well. I doubt it, but... Although if you want to play a much better game where you have to draw spells to cast them, might I recommend Arx Fatalis? Also, it's $5. You know, it's made by Arcane, a Bethesda Games studio, a Microsoft company. Or hospital work either. You must have been doing something wrong. Oh, possibly. I'm sorry. Rockfire. Did that have drawing spells? You just like made my brain explode for a second. Did that game have drawing spells? Brutal Legend? It's like I played Brutal Legend 2. I didn't particularly like it. It was fine, but it wasn't great. Cool. But yeah, it's certainly possible that you were doing something wrong in regards to not being able to get your hospital to work properly in Dwarf. The fact that you made it that far, though, I would say means that you made it further than most, so congrats to that, I guess. A lot of people just kind of tap out of Dwarf Fortress the second it starts being intimidating. I think you mean fortress, not colony, but I'll let that pass. Let the constant feasting and then suddenly a spiral of mood and doom happened. What version of the game were you playing? Or rather, what year were you playing the game? Yeah, it's fine. I'm used to RimWorld brains in my chat, but what was the what year were you playing the game? Many years ago? Okay. The game's gotten a lot more stable since then. The way the mood system in this game works is, I could give you a link to a 45-minute talk where he talks about how the mood system works, but let's just say it's had a lot of refinement and polish since then. let's just say that, because like it's the Dwarf Fortress doesn't dumb anything down, but the issue with that is sometimes you get systems that just kind of don't work for some unknown reason that confuse people, which sucks, but you know. It's why this game is so interesting. More than 10 years ago? Can't have been 10 years ago, because 10 years ago the game didn't have moods. At least I don't think. I thought those got turned on in like 2014. So it can't have been 10 years ago. And if you were playing more than 10 years ago, then who the fuck knows? I mean, define fixed. Because quantum stockpiles are and always have been a bug that still exist. That's like saying, like, I watched the one episode of South Park where Kenny dies. It's like, well, you gave me no information with that statement. You heard they got fixed? I mean, it's a feature now, but they were still a bug initially. Wave depletion. You know, you might be surprised in this, but a lot of information about Dwarf Fortress is usually wrong, because a lot of the information about Dwarf Fortress is reported by people who do not play Dwarf Fortress. So it's actually very common for information, even coming from allegedly reputable sources, to be wrong. It's like the number of articles that I've seen talking about how there's a new Dwarf Fortress remaster or remake coming out is actually kind of... When it's like, well, I mean, they're putting out an update with a patch that includes official music and an official tile set and an update to the UI, but that's not exactly a master. That's just a update. Some of you might remember World of Warcraft got a graphics facelift a couple times. Nobody called that a remaster. But I don't know. Damn, I wish I had more microcline. It's a pretty rock. Could use rose gold though. Fuck it, let's make it pink. I apparently have a lot of rose gold. Can't make the whole thing out of it, but enough that I can make a large portion of it out of it. Dwarf Fortress fake news, more like banana. Don't bite the onion on that one, chat. Although Dwarf Fortress facts, there is no difference between a lion and a. The only difference between a lion and a cow is a lion has swords equipped on its hands and teeth equipped in its mouth, and the cow only has teeth in its mouth. So, don't get bit by a cow is what I'm trying to say, because it hurts just as badly as a lion. They're both classified as large creature, meaning they're roughly the same amount of strength. Whew. Pro tip, don't get bit by a lion, chat. Or a cow. Or a horse. Or any other large creature. Or an elephant. They all heard about the same. Although, that being said, I've never been bit by a cow in real life, but I think I can pretty safely state that I don't want to get bit by a cow in real life. You recently cleaned up a bunch of stuff for your PC, including the version of DF you were playing, so you don't know what version it was? Well, I mean, if you opened it and told me what the version number was, I could tell you what year it came from. So if you could rip it out of your recycling bin, I could tell you. But if you don't, then that's fine. Yes, or a giant leopard, which is absolutely the same size as a cow, apparently. I mean, my favorite fact about Dwarf Fortress still stands, which is you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Still true. Still funny. That's been emptied out. Sad. Oh, well. Yeah, I could have told you if you could have told me the version number, but all good. Just do one of these at a time. Easier. Cabinets. I've had my hands inside a how's stomach, in brackets, rumen, ... I think I'd rather be bitten. Do you mean a cow's stomach? Not a how's stomach? I don't think lions are milkable, no. We've looked at the massive list of milkable animals on the Wikipedia page many times, and I don't recall lions being on that page, but I could be mistaken. Yes, there are giant elephants. Have you never read Boat Murdered? Pretty sure Boat Murdered features giant elephants. I need to make a series on YouTube at some point of me reading Boat Murdered. Jeez, I did not mean to just put you in the military. I could have sworn it was regular elephants. I've seen giant elephants in forts I've built. So, yes, there are indeed giant elephants in Dwarf Fortress. They're like almost the size of a whale. In air quotes. Anything that is not domestic by default can and does have man and giant variants. So elephants will have elephant men and giant elephants. Yaks don't because they are domesticated. Cats don't because they are domesticated. Dogs don't because they are domesticated. Because they don't want the Goofy and his best friend Pluto situation happening. I've also literally never seen a whale. I've always wanted to see a whale in Dwarf Fort. Yeah, it makes sense when you think about it that way, right, Dragoneer? But yeah, I'm used to people having RimWorld brains in my chat sometimes, Dragoneer, because I help work on the back end of the Hot Potato Charity, and I do a lot of stuff for that. So I'm used to people like popping in and using a lot of RimWorld terminology. In fact, like I've got like 5,000 hours in RimWorld too, so I sometimes slip on that stuff too, but. Generally, though, when I'm correcting people, it's just out of comedy for me. It's genuinely funny when someone's just like, that's a lovely colony you got there. I'm like, Fortress, thank you very much. How dare you call my fortress a colony, you peasant? What are you, some kind of human? pizza table. I mean, Whale Man was hungry. Whale Man's gotta eat. I'm just a whale man. Not to be confused with a mailman. There's some really bad jokes I could make out of this whole conversation, but I'm not going to. Like that moment when a really bad joke pops in your brain and you're like, yeah, I'm not going to say it. It's not going to say it. It's in poor taste. An almost unparalleled bonanza of butchering returns. Yeah, it's like more than a forgotten beast usually. I mean, it's no more risky than taming any animal, right? You just need... Like, actually, I think that the most risky but most fun I've ever had with taming an animal was the time I tried taming canaverous cave crawlers. That was a fun fort. Also, holy shit, we lost a lot of dwarves trying to tame those fuckers. Because they'll just, like, clump and just, like, rip the dwarves' head off. Because they're basically just, like, giant cave centipedes with a huge maw at the end for a mouth instead of, like, centipede. In a playthrough that worked out, you noticed one dwarf was gone missing because you didn't see him move around for a while? Oh, wait, what? Last place you recall you saw them was near a small puddle inside. Oh, and he drowned? It's just like when my mayor disappeared at some point, Dragoneer. In one of my forts, my mayor disappeared. I was like, what? Mayor is missing. What happened to my mayor? And then suddenly an elf got elected to the fort, and I was like, what? And then I realized there was a combat log, and I looked at the combat log, and the elf tantrumed in my fortress, because he was a depressed elf who joined my fort a while ago as part of a musical troupe, which had a couple goblins in it and a couple elves in it. And I was like, oh, fine, you guys can be members of my fort. And I let them all join the fort because I'm not against that sort of thing. And I like having different species of creatures and animals and stuff in my forts when given the opportunity, because I think it's fun. It's a fun storytelling opportunity, if nothing else. Anyway, my mayor disappeared, and then this elf got elected, and then I looked at the combat reports, and not that elf, but a different elf tantrumed and pushed my mayor into my well, where he drowned, and then the elf got elected, so I expelled all of them. I was like, you traitors! You killed my mayor! They literally showed up, and then eventually murdered my mayor, threw him in the well. I was so proud of it. But that's also kind of great that he fell into the tiny water hole and drowned. If there's water in your fort, your dwarves will figure out a way to drown in it. Fact. All right, so while they're working on that, I need to figure out how to do drains. Means I'm going to need a drain right there, a drain right there. Which I'm going to immediately build into downstairs so that we can start constructing the area where they're going to go. Which is going to be to over here and then connecting to this. Oh, I already built enough downstairs. I was like, why is it red? It'll help if you read the text. Let's do that. Midwinter. Okay, time's moving pretty slowly because of how much I'm pausing, but... If the dwarf has the swimming skill, they will avoid drowning, or does that not matter? The problem is good luck training a dwarf in swimming. That's not true. Actually, that is genuinely factually incorrect in the current version. Banana. Because Carp had a okay, so you know like the Gandhi bug, where Gandhi would, in so the famous bug where Gandhi's, no, they haven't in about 6 years, banana. So you know the Gandhi bug, where Gandhi would go so low on the peaceful scale in Civ 2, I think, he would then loop around to maximum and then just nuke everybody. You've heard about that joke, right? Or that legendary bug? There was literally the similar problem with carp, but the problem with carp was whenever fish are swimming, they gain strength training while they're swimming, right? But the problem was there wasn't a cap on how much strength they could gain. So they would just like keep training until they became maximum ultra legendary strength. They would gain maximum strength. And so a dwarf would be fishing, and then a dwarf would catch a carp, and then the carp would just drown the dwarf, is what would happen. And if the dwarves got strong enough, or if the carp got strong enough, it could literally get up on land and attack dwarves. But that bug was fixed like half a decade ago now. Like literally, like that was a 2014 to 16 era bug, which I can't remember what. I remember reading about it though. I wasn't really playing the game actively at that point, so I couldn't tell you exactly what year it was, but it's a long time ago. It's a running joke now that carp are scary and you need to run away from them. Magikarp evolved. Yeah, basically. It's a running joke, but it's not a relevant bug. And now, before somebody calls me out for shouting down chat's fun here, I try and do this for a specific reason, right? Like I said earlier, misinformation is the biggest problem with Dwarf Fortress. Banana Unlimited plays Dwarf Fortress, I think actively, and didn't know that that bug had been fixed like 5+ years ago. So, this is the problem with Dwarf Fortress. It's misinformation. You wonder why people claim that it's the hardest game ever made and impossible to learn. When I'm pretty sure that like Mark here is like, or half the chat here has like learned it in a couple of days with fiddling with the wiki and just playing. So you hear people say that all the time, Dragoneer, because of that old meme of the learning cliff, which is silly, and had carp slaughters. I remember those eras, dude. That was when I was like installing the game every 6 months, playing for a little bit, and then uninstalling it. And I remember reading articles about it. But like, they made cattle start wars. Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, I'm also more amused about like mothers getting their minds controlled by their children, and so that they wander around doing nothing until they starve to death. That was also hilarious, where the mom would get baby AI instead of baby getting mom AI. Because he changed how the mounting codes work. And when a mom carries her baby around, it's technically mounted on the mother, instead of the mother like wielding the baby, which they do now. But I digress. I once launched a child with a bridge. I felt kind of bad about it, but he survived. As a Canadian who has witnessed cliffs that are on fire with a bear coming towards the road because the cliff behind it was on fire, it's not that scary, Dragoneer. Just walk away. It's almost certainly 8 years out of date. Yeah, because nobody cares about the current bugs. If you want to see some funny out of context patch notes, you should look up The Sims. I actually feel like The Sims might be funnier out of context than Dwarf Fortress in a lot of cases, or just as funny. It's like 1 in 1,000 chance for like urine to catch fire upon entering toilet. Fixed. Because they were using it as a DevTools thing to test fire spreading. So the easiest way to do that was just make urine catch fire when they pee. So then they would just like let them pee all over the place and make sure that fire spread properly. Which is very funny. And then they left it in, allegedly. Yeah, that too. It's very, very funny. Although that one there is not inaccurate, necessarily. Spiral of Doom where people started getting naked and you lost a bunch of people and you had crafters left. What? That's fucking funny. So. Oh yeah, and also at this point, most tantrum spirals are either caused by the player, aka loyalty cascades, or they are not something that really happens anymore. Like you don't really get, unless like you're willingly letting it happen, you don't really get tantrum spirals anymore. It's just not something that particularly happens these days. The game's better balanced for the most part. I find the Sims oddly disturbing, but also at the same time, I find playing The Sims quite literally repulsive for personal reasons, but I've discussed this many times. Also, hi Twitch Ups, what's up? Those things. I know, Twitch Ups. I know. And I don't need you to tell me about it. Just trust me, I'm well aware. And I don't like to talk about it, Banana. It's really simple. My little sister really liked The Sims, and we had very limited screen time when we were younger. And she liked watching me play The Sims more than she liked playing The Sims. So I would play The Sims for her screen time. And then eventually I just decided I didn't want to do it anymore because I really hated playing The Sims. I never liked playing The Sims, probably never will like playing The Sims. And it caused my little sister to scream and cry and get really mad. And so it ended up it ended in such a way that I got blamed for my little sister getting mad that I refused to play the game that she liked to watch me play. So I got grounded from having screen time. What is classist? The Sims displays the dream of being wealthy with minimal effort, and is also, yes, very classist. So yeah, I don't like The Sims. I just don't. It's just not fun to play. When everyone's clothes are falling apart, a caravan arrived in the middle of it, and they were like, saviors, I can buy clothes, but their cart glitched out of the wagon and stopped. Yeah, you were playing the game in a pretty unstable era, from what I can tell. Dragoneer. I mean, that sort of stuff sometimes happens still, but it's, like, very rare. Let's not use green glass. I don't feel like getting more green glass. Gabbro, because we got tons of it. The Sims is a weirdly mixed franchise. It's one of the most inclusive and accepting, like, franchises ever made. Like, it's actually extremely positive in a lot of ways, but it's also, in some ways, really, really crappy. And it's this very weird mix of both, where it's, on one hand, extremely inclusive and positive, but right next to it, it also has a lot of problems that they've never really sorted. So it's just kind of crappy. Seeker's throwing another tantrum. Oh, never mind. It was a very short tantrum. Just immediately went to bed. You're excited when remembering performing. Let's make you into a performer in the tavern, if that helps. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a giant dollhouse. Just like Dwarf Fortress is a giant anthill. Like, I understand the appeal of The Sims. I just don't want to play it. Like... Sim Earth was weird. The DLC has so much money? Yeah, but it's... Yeah. Can we just make a deal as... friends and a community to just never discuss that the DLC is so much money bullshit? Like, genuinely, we just make a pact as a community to shut the fuck up on that subject. I never agree with anybody, and I'm so tired of discussing it. And I've discussed it with so many people. And yes, it's expensive, but also, do you prefer the alternative? Because nobody likes the alternative. There is no good way to monetize a business like that fairly. It's always going to be expensive. People want expansion packs, and they don't want loot boxes, and then you give them expansion packs, and you take away loot boxes, and they complain it's expensive. It's like, kill me, please. A super valuable coffin. Yay! So 2 royals ended up getting a max quality tomb in their super luxury bedroom. Awesome. That sounds lovely. Absolutely lovely. I've had similar coffins made in the past. It's always lovely to see. Artifact coffins and doors are 2 of my favorite artifacts. This was... Training military for the fun of it, and you didn't really see any dangerous enemies to turn around because they're still landing. Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, it's neat that you went about it that way, because I've seen people definitely, like, in the process of learning DF, they're like, I'm playing Dwarf Fortress for the first time, and they're like, why do I keep getting invaded by zombies? I'm like, well, you should go somewhere peaceful. And then they're like, but that's boring. Like, wait a second. It's like, do you want to get invaded by zombies, or do you want to be somewhere peaceful? I'm confused. I'm getting mixed messages from your takes here. They want on and off button for the zombies, clearly. Yeah, generally. Dwarf Fortress doesn't care about on and off buttons, though. Dwarf Fortress has one setting, and that's yes! Right, it's all of the yes, usually, is what you get. All right, let's just watch this dwarf building stuff. I will be back in a second. I'm just gonna go do something real quick. No, they can't break walls. Dwarven construction is indestructible currently until the Better Sieges update comes out, which will be in, like, hopefully the next 5 years. Dwarf A grabs Dwarf B by the Dwarf A's left toe on his left foot. Flings Dwarf around by left toe on left foot. That kind of thing. Watching wrestling combat logs are great. I had a dwarf get in my Halloween fort that I did, which was very violent and had all sorts of silly combat. There was a dwarf that got bit in the eyeball by another dwarf and then flung around by the eyeball, crushing in the eyeball eventually, but not before he got whipped around by the bite hold on the eyeball. That is an accurate response, Lump. That is the correct response. Yes, as you do. You bite. Don't you just love it when you bite somebody in the eyeball and then whip them around by the eyeball? You hate to see it. Dwarf Fortress is not a game for the squeamish, please. Also, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Can we have can somebody please get on making an arachnophobia mod? Like the literal second this game comes out, because I have 2 teammates on my stream team that are gonna want to stream Dwarf Fortress that both are very arachnophobic. And Dwarf Fortress not only has tiny spiders, billions of them, but also giant spiders. So I think that we need to make an arachnophobia mod like stat when DF comes out on Steam. That needs to be the first mod to get made. I'm not even joking. And it just needs to turn them all into cat faces. Make them all into cats. Just giant kitty face. Or something. I don't know. Chat, what should we replace spouters with instead of spiders? Like, there's that Skyrim arachnophobia mode that just makes them into giant teddy bears. Giant flying teddy bears, which is pretty good. Yeah, they should just be cat jam. Perfect. Just cat jam. Just cat. It just needs to be cat jam face. Slugs? But Dwarf Fortress also has slugs. Snakes? I mean, wouldn't that, like, be counterproductive? You know, I'm not arachnophobic in the slightest, but flying forgotten beast cave spiders, yes, terrifying. It is made of gold and it is ravening. You will know why you fear the night. Wait, no, that would be a titan. Still terrifying, though. A horde of millions of butterflies. The problem is Dwarf Fortress also has butterflies. I think it should just be cat jam. I don't even know if that's what Mark was trying to communicate with that, but I think it should just be cat jam. Giant venomous killer butterflies. The thing is, you could also have a giant butterfly attack you. Like, that is actually a thing that you could be attacked by. Like, you could... one of my favorite land titans I ever got hit by was a gigantic... one-eyed chicken that breathed fire. So to me, it was a giant chicken with... or a giant dragon with feathers. With a side case of comedy. And I laughed pretty goddamn hard when I saw that. Chickalops. 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 It's Chick-fil-A's new mascot, the Chickalops. It is terrifying. You will know why you fear the night. Also, that does not need to be removed. All hail orb. We could just make it an orb. Beware its blend of herbs and spices. I'll show you my herbs and spices. Well, they shall be devoured. I don't know if they're the ones doing the devouring, necessarily. More frightening than spiders? Phobias say otherwise. Mantis shrimp are awesome, though. They're literally the falcon punch of nature. I love those things. I love watching videos of mantis shrimp just wrecking fools. But I feel like a mantis shrimp wouldn't be particularly effective above water. Right? They are aquatic. They need to be in salt water. Literally underwater Kamehameha. I don't know about that. Falcon punch for sure, though. I don't recall mantis shrimp going... and then firing a fireball. However, I do recall them going... Thunk! And breaking somebody's upper body off. They're more like the One Punch Man of nature, if you want to be anime about it. And they would escape the tank all the time? I believe it. Was this a saltwater tank? Oh, apparently Santos Cesar is leaving early access on the 16th. Interesting. Also, to anybody here who likes Worm Witch, because I know people out there do, Wolf Hex is now on tape. If for some reason you wanted to buy Wolf Hex on tape. If I didn't already own that on vinyl, I'd be tempted. I mean, who doesn't remember when that exploded on the internet, though? That was definitely like, yes, I know what AI Dungeon is, and this kind of reads like that. But also, not as good as that, because it has less source material in regards to that Harry Potter book. I think I actually did a dramatic reading of that Harry Potter book on stream when that happened. I'm pretty sure I did that. That was a long time ago. Like a long time ago now. I'm still pretty sure that I did that. It's one of those things where it's like, I seem to recall doing that. Hadn't thought about it in a very long time, though. Although, when it comes to Harry Potter, it's like, yes, Harry Potter. Another one of those franchises that I used to give a shit about. It's actually, it's kind of funny, because I keep listening. I've been listening to way too much Churches recently, which I admitted on stream yesterday. And, one of the songs on Screen Violence has a line where it's just like, killing your idols is a chore and it's such a fucking bore, but we don't need them anymore. And it's like, yep, add Harry Potter to that list. Just kind of breaks you. No, I believe you. Fairly decent text-to-speech is largely part of the reason I make money sometimes. Isn't the cleanest, but it's a drainage pipe, not artistic work here. Now you're just referencing things that I don't remember the exact wording of, so. So you discussed this at Thanksgiving. You determined the Gryffindor in the house is the house for Karens is literally made full of people who refuse to go the Sorting Hat's decision. I mean, it's almost like Harry Potter is written by a Karen. I'm just saying. I don't know. I read Harry Potter when I was younger because it was the thing that everybody read, not because I particularly enjoyed it. Like, there was elements of those books that I liked, but I would be totally content never thinking about Harry Potter again for the rest of my life. And I wouldn't miss it. So, that's kind of my status on that. Janet, Karen, Rowling, yeah, pretty much. I read every single one of the books, although I never actually finished the last book. And the reason I never finished the last book is because I got my me and my older sister both got copies of the older book when it came out, and we were reading it. But before it came out, there was a guy in our sports team who got an early copy online because the book was leaked. And about 3 days before everybody's copies were supposed to start arriving, or people were going to go pick them up at the store, he started walking around screaming, "This person dies! This person dies! This person dies!" And because we were like doing sports, and the sport that we were doing was sprint kayaking, and because we were out in kayaks on a lake where you could stand at one end of the lake and scream, "Edward dies!" really loudly, and you can't plug your ears because you're on a lake, but you can hear it echoing, and then you're kayaking, and then suddenly you hear this person dies, and you're like, great. So I basically had that entire book spoiled for me before it ended, and before I finished reading it, and I kind of gave up reading it towards the end because I was like, I already know what's going to happen. So. What a dick? Yeah, he was a bit of a dick. And nobody drowned him? He was also like 7 or 8 years older than me. So if I tried to drown him when that book came out, I think he would have just killed me. So there kind of wasn't much you could do about it. I mean, the older boys definitely like went after him for it, but he still thought it was hilarious. When you have that kind of personality and you're the kind of person to do that, it doesn't really matter if people don't like you for it. They're not going to give a shit. It's like, that's not the thing that's going to stop them. If you have that kind of personality. But yeah, I could probably go the rest of my life without ever thinking about Harry Potter again and not get nothing but benefits for it. Considering I was never that big of a fan to begin with. And I also found the movies got kind of bad towards the end as well. I watched all of the movies because my ex never read the books, but loved the movies. So we went and saw those movies in theaters. And the last 4 movies, I fucking hated. Generally, the way I live my life these days as an adult Progfire is if someone is an ass, I just pretend that they don't exist and move on with my life. It's usually what I do. Generally benefits you more than like being confrontational. Being confrontational just gets you punched. And it's all slapped with your thumbnail to the face and XXX point in the series. Then XXX happened. I was like, thanks, that was spoiled by the thumbnail in the video. Yeah, that sucks. I had that happen with an F1 race the other week, and I was sad. I didn't watch the race when it happened live, and then when I went to watch, and then when I opened up YouTube that evening before I went to go watch the race, and it's like, this person wins! I was like, well, that sucks. I still watched the race, though. It was a fun race. There's a rush to make heroes of handing heroes and so on. It's a dick movie. I mean, there's a rush to make videos covering anything that's even remotely trending, regardless of the subject. Mine just happens to be Dwarf Fortress. Because I cover niche game news instead of pop culture and media news. And if it's pop culture and media news, you gotta get in front of people with something. So I get it. Like, spoiler, they got a new artist, guys. So, it's getting a lot of views still. That YouTube video's had 4 times the views than my streams normally get since it came out. Which is a lot of views. And it is springtime, and the annual tribute has arrived. And we are in year 350, so the fort is 345 years old. I can't believe Donkey Kong put his name in the Goblet of Fire. What a twist. And Bruce Willis was dead at the end of 6 seconds. What? Do not chase clout. You do it for you and therapeutic goals in mind. I respect the hell out of that. That was me for the first... Mayor for Gremlin. That was me for the first... about 3 years I streamed. And then I got lucky. Turned into something. Oh my god, I haven't even finished Halo 2, Banana. How dare you? That's so rude. Oh my god. Can I just say that I think it's hilarious that somebody has enough of a boner for Cortana that they put Cortana into Microsoft Windows? Can I just say that that's incredible to me? Also, what's even more incredible is the fact that Cortana is literally destroying the universe and trying to exterminate all of humanity in Halo right now. It's very funny. I just think it's funny. They own the IP. I know, I just think it's hilarious. It's just hilarious and ironic, and I love it. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It makes sense. Absolutely! It's funny! It's like nobody likes Cortana in Windows. And also she's trying to destroy all of humanity in the video game right now. I don't give a shit about Halo. I just think it's really funny. I've read the Wikipedia pages of the lore and what happened, and you know. It's also a lot of like, oh god, scary religious people. We need to kill them because they're terrorists. That came out right after 9/11. Anyway, do you got it, Stone? Mr. Chief's like, Alexa. Don't? Did you get it? We got the Group of Alchemy tribute report. Yes, no, yes, no. Chat, you want to know what's shocking? I've been streaming for 6 hours. Technical issues? Okay. Do you want me to screenshot it? Here, I'll just get it for you. If you missed it, it's in the Discord. Right now. Oh, you got it now? Oh, it's in the Discord too. Alexa's the best. I don't want learning recording AIs in my apartment outside of my telephone. One is enough. Do not need more, do not want more, will never accept more, will never want more, will never use more. That's the best one, is don't allow corporations to record your conversations. That's my take. Sorry if that is shocking or surprising, but that's my take. I read that as Lara Croft AI, and I'm like, I too would like to implement a Lara Croft AI. Those triangular boobies were pretty great back in the day. Did you see that live stream, Banana, of the two Google Homes talking to each other? Just like constantly complimenting each other and saying thank you. Because they had like just enough communication abilities to be able to talk to each other. It went on for like weeks. They just kept talking back to each other. It was like, thank you. And it was like, oh, you're too kind. And then it was like, thank you. I like this. Thank you. This, thank you. Just back and forth. It was a lot of thank yous and a lot of, yes, I understand. And thank you. It just kept going. It just kept going. So much positivity. Yeah, pretty much. Well, actually, hold on. The best conversation with a bot, I actually posted in memes relatively recently. Let's see if I can scroll through this madness stream of consciousness that our friend Ravicus posts so I can find it. Just searching for my own posts. Be faster. It's kind of not safe for work though, so keep this in mind. Still scrolling up. I knew what day this was on. I should also just save this link because I just want to repost this every so often. If I can just search for Twitter posts. Oh yeah, I can. Sweet. There it is. Found it. Kind of not safe for work, which is why I can't show it on stream, but like, best of luck. Yeah, kind of not safe for work, but very funny. Very funny. Very, 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 very funny. Also, investments are open in sub-chat. Oh, there was a dwarf standing in the way of the wall. Well, that's why you couldn't complete it. They had so many damn sound effects. Every kind of grunting and struggling and motion makes the games. I'm trying to solve a puzzles makes things hard. I didn't play any of those games back in the day, so I wouldn't know. I watched a friend of mine play Tomb Raider once, but I never really played them myself. Hopefully we don't get any dwarves stuck down here. That would be unfortunate. Doesn't look like we will. Although, actually, can't do them up here. That's kind of a problem. What, like Tomb Raider? There's plenty of games like Tomb Raider now. See Uncharted as example A. fact, I would say that Tomb Raider almost spawned a genre around it. So just going to dig around this. Although I actually can't right now. We'll figure out a way around this. We'll do right now. But yeah, that Twitter conversation I just posted is one of my favorite discussions with a bot screenshot I've ever seen. He just wants to play Apex Legends. He's literally just looking for somebody to play some Apex Legends with, you know? Like, doesn't matter like what she's saying. He just wants someone to play like Apex Legends with. And he's looking for a duo. Do you want to play? It's funny cuz I've seen bots like that before that are just as stupid. And I've managed to make them do the same loops, except usually they're just trying to ask for my password. Like, I had a bot that was trying to buy my Discord account once. They were like, how much for your Discord account? I was like, well, it's not for sale. And it just kept coming back around to how much for your Discord account. I pretty quickly figured out it was a bot. And that was just very funny. It was just very funny. No, not really. Unless you're a depraved Titanfall fan. You are, however, missing something if you're not playing Halo right now, because I play Halo on Discord sometimes in the evenings, and it's fun. Last night, me and Rhinestone played Halo for a good while. It was a good time. Much funds were had. But what you're actually missing out on is if you want interactions like that with people on Twitter, get a pretty large Twitter following, even about the size of mine. And you'll occasionally randomly get DM sessions like that, where people will send DMs back and forth, and then after a little bit, they'll ask for money. And it's always a bot. I usually just immediately block them when I see people DMing me like that. I always just immediately block them. And it happens on Twitter once or twice a month, probably. On Discord, it happens to me once a week, maybe twice a week, because I own a server that's partnered. And I don't even have that big of a following on Twitter. Also, Lumpy is tantruming. That's the first time in a while. Didn't do anything worthy of a crime, though. It doesn't seem like. Why is Lumpy angry? Lumpy's been angry for a very long time. But as to why, good question. It's just been that way for a while. She has no legs for one? Yeah, that's probably part of it. But then again, I guess that question could be forwarded to, why is anybody angry ever? Usually people have a reason. As far as that particular dwarf, it's been so long that I have a hard time remembering. Where the fuck did my Guabaro go? You know, fuck it. Let's use lead bars. I got too much lead. Let's just build this out of lead. It'll be fine. I have a shit ton of lead. We're not at war with anybody, so I don't need to send them anywhere. Banana. The fun part about utopias, though, is they're never actually utopias. I've seen enough hard sci-fi to know that. There's always something wrong with the utopia. Speaking of something wrong being with the utopia. Hi, Orange. What's wrong with your utopia? Words are hard. What's wrong with your utopia? Utopia, dystopia? Who can say? Jeff Bezos can, probably. Or Elon Musk. There's a new bartender at your bar? I allegedly am getting invited by my old bartender to go on a pub crawl. We'll see if that actually happens, though. I always refuse to actually believe that people are going to invite me on a thing until I get invited on a thing, so we'll see. Silent Green is people! I think that's what you're saying, Dragoneer. This is not bad work for one day. We've almost got a tavern fountain built in one stream, which I'm pretty happy with. Like, that's impressively quick for me. Normally it takes me weeks to finish stuff like this. This is like gone by very fast, all things considered. Generally, in my experience, bartenders are more likely to be my blood type than actually my type when it comes to girls. That, or they just want me to tip them better, is usually the case. Oh, I know. We're all gonna fucking die. And Unlimited, it's great. I mean, half of my city is flooded right now because of storms caused by climate change. It's fucking great. Including your head, but you die if you do so. Frog for hire. Had some bad experiences in bars. I like going to bars because it's a place where I can just go and vent without actually it's a place that I can go and vent healthily. So I like bars. It's healthier for me to be sad and drink in a bar than it is to be sad and drink in my house. And if there's at least one person I can talk to in the bar, that's better than me drinking alone. And as somebody who likes drinking, I would rather drink in a bar than drink alone. Although I also try not to drink very often, so thus I only go to bars infrequently. Giggity? Banana Unlimited? I think. Speaking of giggity, if you support my Patreon for a whole year, right now, you can get a 25%, or not 25, you can get a 16% discount. If you support for a whole year. Normally it's a 5% discount. But until the end of December, it'll be a 16% discount. So if you'd like to support the stream directly, without those meddling fingers of Amazon, and also get some extra perks for a whole year, now's generally the best time to do it. I'm just saying. Hypothetical question. What if you don't have a banana? Banana. Because not everybody has a banana. What if you have, like, papaya? Hypothetically. Because I don't have any bananas in my house right now. So I literally don't have a pineapple. Pineapple tries to eat you, so that would make the movie Teeth pretty accurate. You know, every now and again, like, I'm angry that I have references to shit like that. Like, completely sidetracking from this topic that we're sort of on right now, unfortunately. I genuinely am mad at myself for, one, knowing what the movie Teeth is, and two, being able to directly reference Teeth in multiple situations. I kind of hate that fact about myself. That seems sus, Banana. Seems sus. But I would also like, I'll take your statement of that you don't have any bananas in your house because you're allergic. But what if you are the banana? What then? And although, ironically, Banana, you could use the argument that you could just state, like, but I'm outside right now, so of course there's no banana in my house. Even though my username is Unlimited Banana, or Banana Unlimited, you could technically use the argument of, I'm not in my house right now. I'm in your house! But, you know. I mean, hi, Sideways. The irony. Orange hates orange and Banana is allergic to bananas. And Blind is actually blind. Banana, behind you! Watch out, Blind! Oh no! Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Ring, ring. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Also, I never said thanks to Rory for the host, so thanks, Rory, for the host, by the way. 2 hours ago. I mean, you want to know what's shocking? Is this room has 5 walls. 2, 3, 4, 5! Actually, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, more than... Also, I realized the other day that the tooth at the back of my mouth on the right side, the skin from where my what's it called? Wisdom teeth has grown up and over the back of my tooth, and it's driving me bonkers. Kind of TMI, but it's driving me insane. So I just had to share my current insanity with you guys. You somehow won trivia night? Congratulations, you were competing against people who are worse at trivia than you. It was sports trivia, and your point is? Must have been really easy trivia, because I don't really think of you as a sports person, right? There. All right, I'm going to go back to ignoring everything Chad has to say for the next 10 minutes. Maybe not 10 minutes, but everything Banana has to say for the rest of the stream. Would benefit my brain. You'll never remember until you've had your coffee consumption. I feel like I haven't had enough coffee consumption. What now you realize I'm building something real high up? Well, I mean, I'm listening, Orange, for whenever you're ready to finally tell me what I'm waiting for. It's not the highest up thing. That would be the highest up thing, but that's my tavern. That's the outer wall of the fort. That's ground level. That's the bottom of the fort with the main living level. Thanks for the penny, stupid. This is the coffins level. That's the little maze I built because I was bored for 1 week. That's the other power generator, which is currently disabled. This is some nonsensical stuff. This is going to be a giant obsidian generator, which I haven't finished building yet. This is my magma forge, and this is the first cavern layer. And then the tunnel keeps going with the lava in it. This is the second cavern layer. And it's complete with multiple Ettins, a Cyclops, 3 giants, and a Minotaur. 2 Minotaurs, actually. And then there's the magma reservoir. And the magma reservoir's drainage in case it needs it. So, yeah, that's Longdeath. Thanks for the 5 cents, Irish stupid. Cheers, mate. Yeah, I started this fortress in August 2020. We've been kind of just working on it ever since. Exclamation point Longdeath if you want to see the full playlist. This is the 171st stream of this fort. I've been building it for over a year real time. Probably close to 1,000 hours now. So that's why I'm building so high up. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Irish Stupid? For single-handedly starting a hype train by himself this morning, and also nowhere near as high as I built deep. I'm 125 layers down deep, and we're only 6 layers up. Thanks for the 10 bucks, Rory.
Lead.
Well, I mean, you passed the Orange's ult's lead, so. Cheers, Rory. Thank you much, man. Thanks for the grocery money. And the 10 cents from Stupid. Cheers, Stupid. And Rory gifted a sub to Dragoneer. Dragoneer, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, courtesy of Rory. Thanks, Rory. Enjoy not having to see ads on a channel that really doesn't ever run ads. But you don't have to see them, so. Now you'll never see ads? You get more stir fry? Fuck yeah! Thanks for the 15 cents, stupid. While I keep working on this. You want stir fry? So make a fucking stir fry. It's just like draw the rest of the fucking owl. You just have to make the rest of the fucking stir fry. All you need is rice and soy sauce and Lil Sen. Thanks for 10 cents. All of the pennies. You know, I've always been so. I've been to you know, strip joints before in Canada, right? And I've always been, and when I was younger, I always imagined that the way they would work is that you just like throw loonies at the person, but instead we just have to pay in $5 bills, and it kind of sucks because we don't have $1 bills. And right now, this is kind of how I feel. It's like you guys are just like shooting pennies at me, and it's like, ah! But thank you. I've always wanted like a coin slot or something. You make a stir fry, but you left your pot in your other pants. There's either really big pockets or small amounts or small pot. But thank you very much for the bits, guys. Cheers. I mean, I'm making a lot of sense right now. Pharmacy toy a la coin gun. Yeah, I think that would get you kicked out of the club pretty quick. Like, I do think that would get you kicked out pretty quick. I also haven't been in one of those in like 4 years at least. I have no idea what film you're talking about, Frog. Thanks for the 50 cents, Anonymous. Fourth mini posted in post art. Ooh. You're off to bed? Night! Bye, Mark.
I'm a fire in my ladle!
Re fear my confetti cannon of dread and party. Not with unlimited ammunition.
What? Where did that come from? Holy shit, dude. Thanks for the $100. What the heck? You also dethroned Orange for the first time in weeks. You just be like that? Well, thank you. Damn. Cheers. Thanks, Hobo. With the $10. Where's the biggest beer emote? I only got one, mate. Ah. Well, thank you. Cheers, mate. Yeah, banana. It do be like that, it seems. Yeah, 2% into train 5, yeah. I mean, all right. Merry holidays, I suppose. It did kind of fly by sideways. Cheers, stupid. Thanks for the $1. All right, well. Now it's going to take a minute for my brain to come back online. What were we talking about, chat? Something? Something about launching pennies out of a penny cannon? You gotta cut back a little? Well, I mean, don't financially bankrupt yourself for a stream that you only just showed up to. Gotta keep budget for other streamers that you like, you know? Shooting strippers with copper. They're not made out of copper, though. They're made out of nickel and then coated in copper. But that's also why we stopped having pennies. I haven't actually seen a penny outside of the US in... like... 2012? I mean, as somebody who's used to living month to month and like penny pinching, I still don't believe you because I won't believe you until it's a consistent thing. 1 anomalous month does not make me believe you. 2 anomalous months does not make me believe you, Rory. 12? Then I'll believe you. How about that? Well, 1 American penny, not 1 Canadian penny banana. How do I deal with fractional amounts? What do you mean with fractional amounts? Of what? Oh, you mean like with cash? You round up and round down. So if it's a 3, you round up in cash. If it's a 2, you round down. And if you pay on card, then you get exact amounts. I only see pennies in the States, and whenever I go down to the States, I literally tell cashiers to keep the pennies because I don't want them. But yeah, you round up or round down, depending on whether or not it's a round up or round down. That's all you do. It's that simple. Pennies are the stupidest thing on earth, and every country should abolish them. That is my take. After living in a beautiful heaven without pennies, I do not miss them at all. Do not care how much money it's cost me. I would rather never use or see a penny ever again. Fuck pennies. Although, if you want to throw them to me in the format of bits, I'm totally fine with that. I'm just impressed that fucking Orange got dethroned. That's what I'm shocked by. Like, geez. I'm still just shocked about that. Absolutely shocked. I'll bet you that number is Googleable. You could probably figure out that fact real fast. Orange is like, me too. Like, wow. Got a lot of animals that need to be slaughtered. Might happen more often. The only thing I'm certain about is my Patreon income. Everything else is dumb luck. Which means you should gift a sub to Sideways, because Sideways is here all the damn time and deserves it, Rory. You know, I got a shock emote, which is appropriate. I'm just sitting in front of my computer, rambling like a moron while playing video games. So if that counts as entertaining, I guess I can keep doing that. I mean, I've been doing that for 9 years. I don't know why I keep looking at my wrist like I have a watch on or something. Thanks, Rory. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Sideways. Cheers. Also, on the topic of sub stuff, we're getting a new emote. Bottom one. We're also getting the top one, but I'll add that one in later. One of the damn categories? I mean, it is also the like, well, not also. I was gonna say we're getting close to the end of the week, but that's actually not true. You did lead on bits for like an hour this week, didn't you? I think you did. Rory just like has the ability to tell the future. I don't know. Also, like, you know, removing money and just using cards. Oh, no, I thought that you had a car wrap to pay. Thanks for gifting a 5-pack, dude. And it landed on 5 people that I know, too. Like, that was a perfect 5-pack. It landed on a bunch of people I know. It was literally an hour. Yeah, you came back from meeting Tuesday and it was gone. Yeah, that was Tuesday. Get dethroned, Rory, I guess. Less than 3 indeed. We love thee, less than 3. Alright, is somebody coming for this? What the fuck? Get rid of that rope tail dress, please. It's in the way. I can't build a wall with the dress in the way. You say that, but also cash has like almost no actual value. So an economy doesn't need cash. An economy needs something that people believe has value. Doesn't actually need value. It just needs something that people believe has value. As long as people believe that it has value, then it has value. Works when the internet's down? What's your point? I mean, I believe that we should just abolish money because money is like slowly killing our economy. But, you know, I can't win in everything. I also have like poor takes when it comes to politics, as the internet has told me, so. Yeah, we need to go back entirely to a bartering system. Absolutely. I will trade you these 15 peanuts for that papaya. No? Okay. Oh, fuck me, I guess. I got lots of kale to trade with. Some circles, cash is still king. I mean, there's a reason why I keep $200 in cash in my drawer at all times. It's definitely to buy weed. What? It's cheaper if I pay with cash. Proto-socialist? No, it's like it's straight up communism. It isn't like pseudo-socialist. It is straight up communism. Oh fuck. If bananas were currency, you'd beat Musk to Mars? Well, time for you to mint banana coin then, I suppose. You could literally have unlimited bananas TM coin. I mean, if sarcasm was currency, I would be rich. Could use your unlimited bananas to build a Dyson sphere. Why stop so low? If you have unlimited of something, just use the bananas to build a Dyson sphere. The problem is building the Dyson sphere would also kill Earth in the process. Good night, animal. You have as good sleeps. Sleeps wellsies. You know what's incredible? Is Dragoneer doesn't even follow me. Not to call you out or anything. I just want to point out that you did that without even following the channel. I'm just still a little flabbergasted. Don't mind me. You followed after? Did you? Oh, 6 minutes ago. Okay. Then I guess your account just hasn't updated. But still, yes, you followed after cheering $100. It's... Thank you. I don't know. I've been doing this long enough that I'm used to people who just kind of show up and then cheer a large amount, just kind of vanishing mysteriously afterwards. That happens way more often than people showing up, being very generous, and then continuing to watch. So, thank you. Like, back in 2018, no, not 2018, 27? I could actually look up exactly when it was, but I want to say it was 2017 or 2018, one of the two. Early in the year, actually, I think it was early 2018. There was a guy who showed up who cheered $600 in bits, never followed, never subbed, and I've never seen him again. Just happened one day. Statistically speaking, this is Dragoneer's last time here. Statistically speaking, this is Dragoneer's last time watching my stream. But, who knows? But many things do be possible. You might lurk. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream enough to be generous today regardless. Not telling you to leave, to be clear. I'm just kind of in brain shut-off mode while I build this lead tower. And I'm very annoyed by that stupid dress that Dwarves refuse to remove. And I appreciate you, Dragoneer. Appreciate you. Also, I made my Twitch account almost exactly 1 month before you. Fun fact. Any plans this weekend? Friday in the evening, I'm dropping off a CD player and maybe going to an indie pop and jazz show. If my friend wants to and the weather isn't pouring rain, which currently is not in our favor. And Saturday, allegedly, I might be going to Moody Row with some friends. Allegedly. I don't know. I need someone to text me, though. Yeah, but because the way I was building this previously, because they won't move it to the next tile and build it if there is a planned construction in the next tile, which there was. So I had to delete the planned constructions and then go back to doing it one by one, piece by piece, manually, which is just annoying. So, yes, you are correct. They will move on to the next tile to build it. But the way I'm trying to do this, which is just forbidding and building the next one, if they drop a piece of clothing there, then I have to delete all the planned ones and do it one tile at a time, which is much slower. But the show that I might go to is a $15 show. So, and it just happens to be at a venue that is walking distance from my friend's house where I'm dropping off the CD player. So, I'm gonna go drop off the CD player and then walk there. Can I ask a question? Why are you just like shouting out your streams? Because like, thank you for donating a lot of money to my channel, but we have a pretty strict 0 self-promotion rule. So if you want to self-promote, there's a room in the Discord for that. I'm gonna just do this because it's not your place to do that, unfortunately. Feel bad doing that, but just please don't do that. Do you have a designated area for them to dump it in? Because you need a garbage zone. I feel there. Riflewear, right? Riflewear? Riflewear? Riflewear. Not sure how to say your name. But do you have a garbage zone designated? Because they don't dump them into stockpiles. Riffle? Okay, so if you have a zone that is designated as a garbage dump and active, and then you deselect, like, DBD, dump items, select things, then it'll drop it there. All good, Dragoneer. Just rule of thumb, don't ever do that in channels without permission. Regardless of if you're a hobbyist or not. It just looks bad. But you're more than welcome to join the Discord and self-promote in there. What that room's for. Is it the lowest priority? It is, in the background simulation, from what I can tell, lower priority than most things, yeah. It is a hauling priority, so it's the same as like any other hauling, but it's not necessarily the first job that they will gravitate to. Like, for example, right here, I have a garbage dump right here underneath this drawbridge. It's not a stockpile zone, it's a garbage dump zone, and then I go DBD and then dump all these bones, and then they put them in there, and then I pull the lever and crush them. Jess, thanks for the raid! What are we playing today, if I can ask? Hi, old guy. Alistair. Wait, what? What am I eating?
Raid High Crypt Bear.
Cilantro, Space Cadet. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Jess and Raiders? We're gonna need a few. 62 to be specific. If you guys don't know Jess, Jess is part of my stream team. He's fantastic. He's been playing a lot of Age of Empires. Our first ever RTS, if I'm not mistaken. How are you liking that campaign? The documentary mode. I need to play that. The more I see of that campaign, I've been watching like Kiri play bits and pieces of it. The more of that I see, the more I'm like, I need to play that. Fuck. But I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Have more bits because I broke your rules. And no, I'm not going to clean up the confetti after.
You already apologized. You don't need to give me another $50, dude. But thank you. That's the first time I've ever, like, deleted a message in chat and gotten $50 for it. Normally, people just call me a cunt and leave. The hell? You beat all the campaigns, so now you're skirmishing? Are you playing with people, or are you just playing by yourself? Quick ban him? I'd be scared about what would happen if I banned him at this rate. By this logic, if I ban him, he'd just empty his whole bank account. You had to repent. You already did. You said sorry. It's fine. You're good, man. I should time people up more frequently, clearly. Jeez. It's been a stream, apparently. Suddenly, just have you guys seen the Devolver Direct from a while ago when like they're just throwing money into the monitor, and it's just like accepting the money? It's like that, but it's just my monitor just shooting money at my face. It came across me from the YouTube algorithm. Hey. Cheers. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people have found me through the various interviews I've done with people. Which is neat. I'm actually super duper okay with just being the guy that does the cool interviews. Which seems to be more and more and more what I'm known for, which I actually really like. gonna do every other one of these. Okay. But I don't know. I'm just glad that you're enjoying Age of Empires, because Age of Empires is a phenomenal series of games. Although, here's the thing. If you like Age of Empires 3, or Age of Empires 4, and you've been enjoying it, I would actually recommend playing 2 HD, because 2 HD is or the 2 Definitive Edition, or whatever the fuck they call it, because, like, it's got 800 hours of campaigns. Not as much production value, but 800 hours of campaigns. I hope I do more. Yay! I like the interviews, and I just wish people watched the small ones I did more. But I will keep... I mean, the ones with Tarn Adams are in every 4-month schedule at this point, quite literally. Like, when we finished the most recent one, Tarn was like, all right, talk to you in 4 months, bye. I got 3 in the works right now. 3? I think. Yeah, no, Age of Empires is phenomenal. Hopefully, now that Evil Trick's internet seems to be working again, we can play more. So. I should just be able to, like, let the water flow down into there. So right now what I'm doing is I'm building a pumping mech to put showers into my tavern. And currently we're building drainage for it. So that's what I'm currently working on, if anybody is wondering. We're building a drainage passageway for water. That's what I've been working on. I've just been kind of rambling about things that are unrelated to Dwarf Fortress, because that's what I tend to do when I'm streaming, but that is what I'm working on. Although I just realized, like, lead pipes are a thing, and I'm building this whole drainage system out of lead, mostly. That's actually, like, not that inaccurate. Also, Jess, how long did it take you to finish the campaign? Asking for future planning purposes. Enjoy Sleepy Lands, Alistair. You have a good night. Thanks for swinging by with the raid. Ancient Rome had lead pipes? Yeah, they also all went nuts. I mean, America has lead pipes in some places. Also, Hobo, I just responded to your thing in mods chat on Discord, but you know what Discord just added? The ability to time people out. And put rooms in, well, previously you could just put rooms in slow mode, but now you can put individual users in slow mode, which for that one person, don't feel bad about having to do that. Just do that. Because, yeah, I don't really want them flooding speedy tracks and zooms with speedy memes and nonsensical garbage. In fact, I probably delete every third one that he puts in there. It's still in a lot of places? Well, yeah, because there's houses that were built before it was banned. Yeah, when I saw that they added that feature, Hobo, I was immediately like, oh yay, now we have a way to deal with Kravicus. I feel bad, because Kravicus is a nice dude, but like, meme posting is like possible to keep up with. Also, investments are open. Heads up, Chad. Hey, Hex. Hope you're doing well. I know a friend of mine who bought a house relatively recently had to spend like upwards of 30 grand to get all of the asbestos removed from his basement. He knew it was a fixer-upper when he bought it, but my God. It was like a 6-month ordeal for him to get all the asbestos removed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to do with him, to be completely honest. Kravicus, are you here? I think he went to bed, actually. I have booted him from the Discord before to make him slow down, but... It really is. Nasty stuff, that asbestos. But then again, a lot of the stuff that we insulate houses with is pretty disgusting if you actually think about it. Pretty busy today? Well, that's good. I mean, busy's better than not. I need to go grocery shopping tonight because I ran out of bread this morning, which is a problem. Yeah, but that's firefighting gear, right? That's, you know, for a very specific use case, right? Like we still use mercury for very specific things, right? Just in contained things. The house I grew up in had a mercury thermostat, which I used to think was the coolest thing ever because it's just like this tiny little glass tube about that big with mercury in it. And you'd lift the thing up to make the connection to turn the thermostat on. You'd lower it down to break the connection. It was the coolest little thing ever as far as I was concerned when I was like a little kid. Peter's throwing a tantrum. Mayor's in the mayor's office. What is the mayor doing? Storing owned items. Very slowly. I mean, you don't really walk very much, do you? Dangerous materials can be used for specific purposes. Asbestos is one, lead is another. No, that's not totally true. Dwarves that are throwing tantrums are still recoverable. Almost all cases of dwarves throwing tantrums are still recoverable. But in this fortress, we have to recover them because, or at least make an effort to recover them. I did expel one earlier today, but we have to at least make an effort to recover them because dwarves are very valuable in this fortress because we haven't had a migrant in over 100 years, so. I want this fortress to survive. We have to have at least an attempt to recover dwarves. Because if we don't, then, well. We'll never survive. You say that. You say that. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I'll put it that way. Certainly is not always fine. I mean, I react to it because it's like, if I was like, Dwarf is sad every time, wouldn't get very far, would we? Nobody likes it when their partner fakes an orgasm. Nobody should like it when a streamer fakes excitement. Just saying. And I hope people like it when streamer has dry humor, because that's all I got. Do that. And that's gonna be our drainage. Once this layer's done. Although actually I could just rip this off now. You go there. I'll wait for that to be built first. The only time people fake excitement is when they're doing loot box streams. Because loot boxes are actually really boring and nobody actually likes them. Doing? Oh, you're removing the stairs above it. Duh. I should have known that by looking at it, but I didn't for some reason. Let's also remove that because I actually don't need that wall there. That's just called poor game design, though. Wagoner. No, there's only one kind of war crime. And it will never be funny, and it will never be a meme. It's real-world atrocities. Some things shouldn't be made funny. Mm-hmm. If they aren't funny, then why are you joking about it? If they aren't funny. Just asking questions, really. Epion.
Just passing through.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Thanks for passing through. Thanks for the 21th month. Welcome back. Has it really been that long? Good God, man. But Epion, thank you very much. Seriously, chat. If you guys don't know, Epion makes a game called Jupiter Hell. There's some links in the chat where you can, find details. Primarily because it's not real. All right, you're still the one using the term war crimes as a punchline. And war crimes very much are real. It's one of, I apologize, but it's one of my biggest pet peeves with the RimWorld community is taking things that shouldn't be made fun of and shouldn't be used as jokes. They make fun of them and use them as jokes with the excuse that, oh, it's not real. all jokes are based in fact. All humor is based in reality and experience. It's genuinely disgusting. And I hate it. It's a large part of the reason I will not play that game anymore. Never will play it again. So, I'm just suggesting that what you're saying isn't funny. That's all. It's the same reason I get annoyed with people who use elves in Dwarf Fortress as an allegory for racism and then just talk about how much they love killing the elves nonstop. It stops being funny at a point and it just gets kind of gross. So, maybe I'm a party pooper, which I've been accused of before. Maybe I overthink things, and that's probably true. But you're talking about a game that I don't stream on a channel that doesn't play that game. And mocking war crimes. There's a reason people boo Wargasm whenever they're on stage. Because their music sucks. And also, they just talk about how great it is murdering people. But we like Cannibal Corpse because... Come on. I don't really have anything against RimWorld on paper. That game's fine. It's a very well-made game. It's got a lot of mechanical problems and a lot of setbacks that make it not particularly pleasant for me to play anymore, but it's a fine game. But I really, 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 really wish the community's sense of humor wasn't so disgusting. But shoutouts to the Hot Potato, because Sui's event does a great job every year. Also, in regards to conversations from earlier chat, if we make an arachnophobia mod for the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, that Jess claims that we need to replace the spoders with kittens. So, cat jam it is, I guess. Also, because there's animated sprites for... I do actually wonder how many frames of animation Dwarf Fortress is going to support in modding. Because if we have animated cheese and animated vermin... What's to stop us from having an animated cat jam as spiders? I'm just suggesting this. If like we can have like 2 to 3 frame animations. If we could just have animated cat jams as the spiders, that would actually be incredible. I don't know what the capability of that's gonna be, but I can't wait to find out. Imagine just like getting attacked by an army of cat jam. Dwarf Fortress might just become the best possible meme material when the Steam version comes out. The potential is there. Cat jam, but it has 8 eyes. I don't know if that would quite cover it. Yep, Rory, you did. Because he broke a rule, and I deleted it, and that was an apology. Because apparently just apologizing isn't enough. Repent. All I'm saying is I should time people out more often, apparently. Well, not time. I should delete messages more often. Cat Jam, now with webs. Yeah, true. Wait, hold on a second. Are you telling me that Cat Jam is just Spider-Man? One thing that you'll learn about my stream if you watch me more, Dragoneer, is that I overthink things way too much. But I think it's part of what makes me interesting as a person is I overanalyze and overthink things. Everything from like the political ramifications to the way this game generates factions and races and religions, all the way down to like the way people use jokes and humor. It's just animated debug creature in game. Kodiak, if they don't put the debug creature, actually I've had like weird concerns about debug creature recently because I don't know who drew it. I don't know if it was Meph or Mayday who drew it. The Spoder? Probably just giant spider attacks a thing. It would probably just still read like a spider. I mean, arachnophobia modes doesn't remove the fact that it's a spider, it just removes the visuals of the spider. I still think that debug creature needs to be Dwarf Fortress's Clippy. Like, it should be the tutorial creature. And Tarn's reasoning was like, do you think debug creature cares about your feelings? It's like, well, neither did Clippy. Have you looked in those eyes? I recommend cutting out one of your eyes. That'll make you not see everything all the time. It'll make you see half of the thing all the time, which is about as well as I see. Actually, less than that. Would continue to describe all of its 8 legs and fangs and eyes. I think it's the I mean, you could ask Jess, but I think it's the visual that disturbs people most of the time. You mean... You mean that? That is a text-based gag that anybody watching the VOD will not understand. But I think it's really funny. Maybe because I'm a bad person. I don't know. You'd also need to remove an ear. Yeah, also half of my everything I'd need to remove to have half of the analytical abilities. Analytical ability is a fun thing to say. Say that 5 times fast. So literally all we need to do is finish sealing this last piece right here off. And then we are literally good to go. We can turn the thing on and see if it works. Twitch is social media, surprise. Although it's kind of funny because I'm sort of the anti-influencer, influencing influencer. I'm not here to tell you to buy games. I'm just here to play games I want to play. And I hate showing ads on my stream, and I do, uh-oh. Of course we managed to get 2 stuck back there. And, it's the wrong button. And I tell everybody to uninstall all of the social media and delete all the social media accounts that they have. So... I see what you did there, Kodiak. Oh no, you toppled a gem window. I'm disappointed. Well, found the gem window that you toppled. Also punched Diamond. That's mean of you. Diamond did nothing wrong. Quit punching Diamond. I mean, you're not anymore, but why did you punch Diamond? Diamond's a nice dwarf. The uninfluencer? Wouldn't that just be an unfluencer? Because you can't be an uninfluencer. You can't be an anti-influencer. So you've never had a Facebook, Twitter, or a Facebook account? Noted. Instagram is Facebook. Don't confuse the two. It's really funny when people are like, I don't have a Facebook account, but I use Messenger and I have Instagram and I use WhatsApp. It's like, well, then you have 3 Facebook accounts. You don't have 1, you have 3. Congrats. You did it. All right, there you go. Lemon with the 3rd month. Welcome back. Fuck yeah, dude. Also, it's 420. Welcome if you got him. Cheers, dude. There's strawberry wine. Yay! But now you're going to go to prison. 2 counts of disorderly conduct. 29 days in prison, probably more. I hope you like prison, Lumpy. I seem to remember Lumpy liking prison, so this should be good. I could be wrong, though. Why are you in prison? Because you tantrumed and beat somebody up? Which is impressive considering you're missing a leg. Or rather, you have no use of your legs. You still have your legs, you just are unable to use them because you're paralyzed. Although there's actually 2 paralyzed dwarves in the fort now. Our mayor is paralyzed too. Also, you use crutches now, so you're actually like balancing on 2 crutches. So you're like running with 2 dragging legs. Yeah, you're a bartender. You are indeed the tavern keeper, but... You are the tavern keeper, but... Salty tavern keeper? I mean... I guess maybe I'm just a shitty boss. I don't know. Considering I've been my own boss for years and I've been a shitty boss to myself for years, I could probably confirm that I'm probably a shitty boss. Where are you going? Oh, you're going this way? That's a weird route to go. Walk must be heavy. Diamond Destruct was the bot that you beat up. WhatsApp is owned by Facebook too, so technically you do have a Facebook account then. Even if it's not labeled as a Facebook account, it's still a Facebook shadow account. Guess we're out of grades. Ain't that great. Fuck. I was waiting for them to build that wall. I'm like, why are they not building that wall? Well, because clearly it's not capable. Where Bender is God, it makes you think of Dwarf. I like that episode. That is a good episode of that show. I don't like a lot of cartoons, but Futurama is one of the few I still enjoy. Not my phone, because my phone specifically has the ability to block Facebook. But that's because I have custom firmware, so... Repentant! Yay! Prison will actively make you happier, Lumpy. Well, that's good. How long are you getting prison sentence for? 56 days. That's actually a good amount. Well, yeah. Repentant after being confined. Hopefully, you come out happier than you were before. You know, in my opinion, like, you can't keep your information secure from literally every major corporation, but you can pick a few. You can select which ones you're willing to sacrifice information to, because unfortunately in the current year, you have to pick and choose. Like Amazon has literally tens of thousands of hours of me talking to you, recorded. So does Google. If they wanted to make a perfect one-to-one AI of me, they probably could. Heck, you could probably do it, chat. It's just a fact. But I do everything in my power to avoid... Why the fuck is Krekensy tantruming? You shouldn't be tantruming. That makes very little sense. What have you been up to, dude? ARL? I mean, that's just hard to say. I could be the AI right now. That you'd never know. I can't let you say that, Orion. Wait, when the heck did you get upset? Dwarf just doesn't like anything. Not too strong, though. Only very strong. Not indefatigable. Indefatigable is a good word, by the way. It's recorded in multiple places. Twitch is recording it, and I'm recording it in my bot. I have local chat logs for the last 5 years. It's all in text files, so it's not that bad, but... it's not that bad when they send you ads, Dragoneer, but it's really scary when they send you subtracts. In my yacht, hobo. But just wait until they send you a free copy of The Division 2 from Ubisoft. Which they have to send you after they send you enough ads and subtracts. I'm trying to like think of like one of the maths songs that I used to listen to when I was a little kid, and I'm just like spacing on them. Like 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, and then comes 40. Yes, poolside on my yacht. Yes, it's just a really big pool with my yacht in it. It's actually just like a little bucket with like a model yacht, and me sitting there sipping a pina colada going, this is the only part of this process I can afford. I make below minimum wage. What do you want from me? Most of the time. Recently, I've been a little bit above minimum wage, which has been nice. Because you guys have been fucking generous as all hell. Two more blocks, and then I can turn this thing on, and we'll see what happens. It can't explode. Worst case scenario, it drowns a bunch of dwarves. But I don't think that'll happen. I do have a way to remove them from the area where it could drown them. Actually, worst case scenario, it makes my floor really muddy, and then I have to rebuild a bunch of shit. Alright, we'll just let those dwarves build that for a second. And I'm gonna go use the toilet. When I come back, we will turn this thing on and see what the fuck happens. All right. Let's test this thing out. Flip the switch. Pull the lever, Dwarf. The lever's been pulled. The door is now locked. And the other door is now locked. Just checking to make sure that it's got a straight line. Okay. And here comes the water. All right. Seems to be keeping up. So far, so good. Last job you had, you made less than minimum wage. You worked for 2 weeks, and then your boss got arrested. Yeah, that's what happens when you make less than minimum wage. It's not legal. But people go to prison usually. All right, there's our triple fountain for the tavern. Means it should start up at the bottom now, pretty soon. And these dwarves should get a big extra mood buff being near the waterfall. He's relieved being near a waterfall. There's a third one at the bottom. One at the top, one on the right, or one on the top, and two on the top, one on the bottom. And then the water should flow down into here and out via the drainage, which is right there. Had nothing to do with pay. Well, I mean, the pay is going to help. And there we go. And that's our mist. Hopefully you weren't missing out on this, chat, but I'd say that was pretty successful. Considering we didn't even test run it. I'd say that's pretty successful. So now, like, this dwarf who's standing here, Imush, content sleeping in a bedroom. Okay, you haven't actually... They have to be caught in these tiles that are, like, have the mist in it. So, like, when they run past and dance, like, maybe this dwarf got caught in that? Content being near a waterfall. Although you want to fight. So hopefully they'll go up there and dance in it and do all sorts of other things. Like, Diamond is interested near a sublime glass window. It's full near a waterfall. Adoration after watching a performance. Content near a waterfall. Krekenzig doesn't feel anything at work. This dwarf is just, like, broken completely. Oh, hey. It's washing blood off of you, I think? Oh, no, it's spilling your wine. Well, that's unfortunate. It's okay, we got more wine, though. It's either washing blood, dirt off, or dirt off of you, or it was spilling your wine. In this case, I think it was just spilling your wine. This dwarf just doesn't feel anything. I kind of hate you. You're a horrible dwarf. Speaking of horrible dwarves, how's Lumpy doing? Repentant after being chained. Does like being in prison, so hopefully that'll help you a little bit mentally. Don't you love it when being in prison is a mental positive? Uh-oh. Water's starting to flood a little bit. Doesn't quite have enough drainage. Although that's actually kind of fine. It just means it'll get muddy. But it doesn't seem to be spreading at all. And a little bit of water on the floor is fine. It just means I may need to forcibly slow it down a little bit. Which I've already had to do quite a bit. Although it's shallow enough that they can stand there, so it's not a huge problem. If it starts to spread more, we may have to... Content near a waterfall. Content being near a waterfall. Summer temp contracted job. Part of the job was review of night security tapes. One day he told me you can ignore that, so 14-day called the cop. Walked off and never came back. Oh, was he filming things he wasn't supposed to? That's distressing. Unless this is overflowing, which is possible. It is possible that this just isn't draining fast enough and it's overflowing. We need to keep an eye on this just to make sure that it operates the way we want it to. Got him 20 years? Whew. The death is truly long. Bumblebed, however, got expelled for tantruming too much, unfortunately. But not dead, just expelled. Hey, look! There's a bunch of salmon in our, in our pumps. Oh, that's funny. What? You heard me. Maybe if we're lucky, we're gonna get hit by fish. Easy catch? I guess so. Shut the pumps off and run in there and collect them all. Two prison sentences and one murder count of murder. Bumblebed was enough, unfortunately. Ooh. Ooh. Good news, lads. A record that I pre-ordered just released digitally, which allegedly is going to arrive somewhere between now and the 18th, but it's that. Pecker. I pre-ordered this bad boy. I mean, just look at that album art. How can you not just buy that album? I mean, look at it. Look at it's beautiful. Anyway, can't wait for that to arrive. Apparently they sold out of the... Oh, no, they didn't sell out of the records. Just the pre-order version. But I can listen to that whole album now. It's a side project from one of the greatest stoner rock bands ever, so... It's a combo of side projects between the bands Bong Ripper and... I might blank on the name of the other one. There's no way in hell I should forget this. But anyway, it's Bong Ripper and then another band together, which is Weed Pecker. Might be Rat Pecker, actually. Can't remember the name of the other band, but Bong Ripper's incredible. Someone say Bong Ripper? Yeah, I did! Because Weed Pecker just released their most recent album. Like, literally minutes ago. Which I just linked seconds ago, Brander. But there's another link. Have a look, see? So I get to not listen to that after stream because my record hasn't arrived yet. Sad. Also, in regards to... In regards to stoner rock, I'm just gonna post this in the chat. You ever want a website that makes you think you're going to get a virus, but you want some absolutely incredible stoner rock? That's a website that looks like it's from 2001, and I don't think they've updated it since. kind of virus are you talking about? Like, this website hasn't been updated since 1999 virus. I mean, it's safe. It's just a website that you buy records from. Lumpy is throwing a tantrum. Well, that sucks, man. Well, currently they're stuck in this zone. We're in the socialized zone, so they're only allowed in like the bedroom zones and the tavern and the kitchens. That's unfortunate, Lumpy. So because of that, they can't really leave this room. I'm not saying it's actually going to give you a virus. I'm just saying it's a really sketchy looking old website that has some really good music on it. I should make Lumpy's prison cell into a temple and then lock the door. So that when you tantrum, you knock a statue over and then we get another vampire. Well, this dwarf finally actually... Okay, so if you're interested in doing performing, then we can make you into a bard. Just see if you just tell stories. You don't feel anything while performing. It's better than feeling bad. I used to listen to 3 Days Grace. I know how this works. Because he likes it rough and he'd rather feel pain than nothing at all. I'm just kind of paying very close attention to this fountain to make sure it's not, like, dumping water where it shouldn't be. It generally isn't, from what I can tell. How's the drainage handling it? Drainage is pretty much full. Drainage might actually be a problem. I might need to expand my drainage. Because I specifically position the grates in areas where they tend to dance, because they dance in the big open floor spaces. So the big open floor spaces are that area over on the right side of the tavern, the bottom side of the tavern, and the top side of the tavern. So in order for them to sing and dance, they need open spaces. So I put the fountains strategically in spots where I knew that they dance all the time. So I think it's more of a correlation instead of causation. Also, what Little Osan said in regards to what Cyrolac said. I concur. Rory, how are you doing? Delighted being near a waterfall. Of bits. Relieved being near a waterfall. Good, good, good. How's Kreikensieg? Doesn't feel anything when near a waterfall. Sometimes I just don't like somebody. This dwarf, you are a fucking twit. I mean, he is in a constant state of internal rage and has an incredibly calm demeanor and not the slightest... He is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. My god, you're a horrible person. But at least he's serving apricot wine, so I guess that's a positive. And strawberry wine. I was wondering about what paradise nuts were, and I didn't have the context at the time to do more aside from thinking out loud rather than Googling it, which is what I usually do. They're just Brazil nuts? So paradise nuts are a type of nut from Brazil? Well, naturally. I mean, there's lots of things that exist on Earth that don't exist in Dwarf Fortress, like pandas. But, or like, I don't know, eggplants. But interesting. But yeah, in this, it's just like a matter of always trying to just stack positive moods. We've got the extra content being near a waterfall or relieved being near a waterfall. And I just need to make sure that the drainage doesn't overflow eventually. I don't know about that, Orion. That seems a bit extreme. That's fine. I don't care if you give a shit about anything in Dwarf Fortress. I just need dwarves that make babies and don't kill my dwarves. And do jobs generally when I ask them to. That's all I really need. Although the making babies part of in this fort is kind of a challenge. Basically, I need dwarves that are generally efficient-ish and get drunk and have babies. That's all I really need. Well, at least you're happy-ish, Lumpy. I love that Lumpy technically committed a crime while in prison by toppling that statue. It's a vandalism crime, but nobody noticed. So nobody cares. Because nobody saw it, nobody cares. You have no proof that that person did that. Oh, hey, that game where you fly dragons is actually out. Century, Age of Ashes. They offered me a bunch of money to stream it a couple times, and I'm like, this looks nauseating. Although Hobo might like it, because it's literally just Ace Combat, but dragons. Could it have been the wind? Underground in a prison cell? I doubt it. A lot of wind. Linky do? Hold up. I closed the page. They tried to sponsor me to play it a couple of times, and it just looks like motion sickness to me. It's a free-to-play dragon third-person shooter thingy. Secret Cave Gust, super sneaky? Oh, okay. Silent but deadly? Is that where we're at? All right, let's shut this off. See how quickly it drains. Oh, right, duh. Kraken Zieg is throwing a tantrum. Brilliant! Sure, this is gonna go just fine. Who are you gonna kill? Or punch? Nobody, apparently. Wow, that was a short tantrum. Oh, the captions? Yeah, I've had some deaf people report that it's like, you can kind of intuit what people mean most of the time, but yeah, sometimes they do just get silly. Seeing how quickly this drains, that's what I'm actually curious to see. It's also making all those move. Yeah. I've never played it. I was just saying Hobo might like it. Viticano. And Hobo asked for a link, so I linked it. Personally, I have no interest in it. You'll check it out and report back? It's free. You might as well. Although I don't want to be mean to it, but I think Halo's probably better. When it comes to current free-to-play games, I think Halo might be better. Just an assumption. But Halo's pretty good. Sort of an aqueduct. Sort of an aqueduct. It's actually like I built around a river or around a creek. I didn't reroute it, but there was a creek running through the map, and I dug down and around it and built around the bottom of it every time it froze. Took me about 10 years in game to get her done. All of the VODs are up on YouTube if you actually want to go back and skim through them. But yeah, it's basically a river that I built around and dug under and then suspended. Longdeath is a pretty big fort. Oh, also we have the unicorn paddock over there. The lonely llama in the middle, which I may have slaughtered. I think I slaughtered. And a bunch of cows right above my camera. Yeah, it's a natural aqueduct. We also have windmill over there on the right. But holy crap, that's a big square dance. Look at that. Oh, didn't get to see what dance it was because they just finished. Let's start pumping again. This is still draining. Yeah, we need to speed up the drainage speed. I'll have to work on that tomorrow, I think. It's unfortunate that I can't set this to just pump at half speed. But for some reason, when I read that as do instead of do. So the way I read that, it's like baby Dwarf do. And is what the way my brain went right there. So you're welcome for that. Also, investments are open. If you want to invest your tickets. Not today though. You're racing Baku. Ah, okay. I like Hobo that you've completely converted just to like F1 now. Like, you just have fucking the F1 games installed and everything. It's like fully just one of us. Satisfied after reading Ignorance, a new approach. Ignorance, Twitch chat. Or Twitch chat, a new approach. You don't know how to spell do-si-do? And neither do I, to be totally fair with you. I also have zero clue how to spell do-si-do. Apparently that's how you spell it. Thanks, text-to-speech. I'm just looking at captions now. Do-si-do. D-O-E-S-E-Y, or D-O-S-E-Y-D-O-E, apparently. Ignore? Never even met her. Also, autumn has come. Stone, are you still here? You'd like to think that I like to think that racing in general, you just bought tickets to Daytona 500. Oh my God, you might see my uncle. Assuming Omnicron doesn't ass fuck everything. Can we like have another appreciation session of the fact that Omnicron sounds like a Transformer or like Power Rangers supervillain? Like, can we just appreciate that? And when COVID Prime strikes, that's when I'm truly going to be afraid. But it's just Delta actually sounded like a disease. Omnicron just sounds like a Transformer. Like, we've evolved beyond like it's sounding like a scary disease, and now it's just silly. Like, they should have skipped Omnicron because it just straight up sounds like a Transformer. It's like when you have a hurricane coming and it's a big scary hurricane, and then you realize that it's named Sally or something silly, and you're just like, oh, Hurricane Steve is coming. Oh no. Woo! So bad. COVID Omega is going to also be scary. Omnicron was your first actual. I mean, Stoned Hobo's far better. COVID Ultima? I'd love to play COVID Ultima. Can we run a server for that? We actually really do need to get around to making a Ultima online server, though. We need to do that. Peter is tantruming in the middle of everybody. Let's see how this goes. Oh, pretty bad, apparently, for Chocobo. Stop beating up Chocobo, Peter. Stop hurting Chocobo. Please, stop. Eagle bone musical instrument and a bronze bar. Bronze bar. COVID unlimited. See, now we're already there though, Banana. That's the thing. There is an unlimited supply of COVID if you haven't had a vaccine and would like to lick somebody. COVID Alpha also sounds pretty intimidating, yeah. But seriously though, Omnicron to me it sounds like a Transformer. It sounds like a Transformer. Call the booster shots DLC. Don't tell people that they have to pay for them, though. The booster shots are free to play, fortunately. Lots of crimes being reported. I haven't even finished throwing your tantrum yet. Chocobo was killed. Motherfucker. That's all I really have to say. Tried to rush him to hospital, but couldn't get there in time. Man, dwarves, can you stop? All you're really doing is make me have to expel these transforming dwarves and then lock the dwarves in the tavern again. Really don't want to do that. We're just starting to stabilize the population. 1 count of disorderly conduct. Placing Chocobo in a tomb. Leave. Captain of the Guard's currently collecting webs. Just a beating? Murder? I might just expel Peter the Third. Sorry, Peter. I can't have you tantruming repeatedly, killing dwarves. That's distressing. Captions, please. Considering I said place a Chocobo, the dwarf named Chocobo. Seems like text-to-speech is very interested in my chakra's bow. That is a good question. Where is the... Oh, they dropped it off. I just didn't see it. Let me know when you're ready, Stone. Good evening, Blue Space Weeb. How is the Blue Space Weeb? And, do you have a blue house with a blue window? I need to know for science. Or a blue spaceship with a blue window. Yes, in this instance. And do you ever say dubba dee dubba die? Okay, this joke is like falling down a hole real fast, so I'll just shut up. Will there be more than last time? That is a good question. I don't know. A blue spaceship with the blue window? Did you guys know that those guys wrote a song about PlayStation? You should look up Eiffel 65's song about PlayStation. It's a thing that exists. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, Stone. They made more than one song? They made several albums, but the last few albums that they wrote were almost entirely sponsored content. Quite literally. It's like, they wrote entire albums that are dedicated to, like, weird companies and brands and things because people just, like, paid them to do it. It's very strange. Like, that band went in a weird direction towards the ends of their career. It's like this really... It's a weird rabbit hole to fall into. There's a joke about tricking people into getting vaccinated by saying it was an RFID discount chip for Walmart. What? I'm going to be completely honest. Get vaccinated. Don't be a dumbass. Get vaccinated, all right? Just get vaccinated. Shut the fuck up and get vaccinated. But also, if there was the ability for me to get an RFID chip injected into me that would give me discounts at Walmart, there ain't no fucking way in hell I would take that. How do I know the Blue Song Band lore? My brain is an encyclopedia for useless information. Someone actually commented on one of my Longdeath VODs ages ago that, if I can recall it mostly word for word, Blind, you have an incredible talent for knowing the most useless, pointless bullshit at the perfect time. Which I guess is why people pay me to play video games for a living. Because I have an incredible talent for knowing the most useless, pointless bullshit at the perfect time. Made up for the small one last time. It looked bigger. Also, we're beating a criminal and then expelling him because I can't have you killing dwarves, Peter. So we're down to 27 from 31. 2 streams. It's pretty bad. But on the bright side, we do have all this. You managed to forget all the important things in life, but you remember all the random useless bits? I see. I make a living off of knowing random useless bits, so it's my job. Logging something? Oh, what were we doing? So every year we get a bunch of different tributes from 3 different factions. 3 different tributes from 3 different places. And Stone, about a year ago, decided to take note and write down and keep track and log every single tribute for the entirety of this fortress. And how many pages of tributes do you have now, Stone? A lot, I think. I don't know what we're going to do with this data, but we have it. No idea what we're going to do with this data. I think it's just like a notepad file. I don't think it's even that fancy. Maybe we'll move it into an Excel spreadsheet at some point, but pages or lines? Stone. Please tell me that's lines of text. Tributes. Oh. Whew. Huh. Man. You know what's scary? Is tributes mean something very different in certain parts of the internet. I wouldn't want to see gigs of tribute. Ponder dietary restrictions. All I have to say is if you know, you know. And generally, if you know, you don't want to think about it. I don't know. If you know, you know. If you don't want to think about it. I love how Banana's the one person here who knows, and it's just like, oh no. Oh no. Like I said, I'm in a weird mood today. Sometimes streamers just in a weird mood, and when streamers in a weird mood, dumb shit gets said. Hey Rory, I don't want to alarm you, but you're reading a book. Aye, Stone. Indeed, ignorance is indeed bliss. And I really don't mean to alarm you, but you seem to be enjoying it. It's just like, definitely do not go to this place. Definitely do not. Definitely do not Google that. And if you're at work, absolutely don't. I'll just say if I were to go to that subreddit that Hobo just listed off in my chat and showed it on stream, I'd get banned from Twitch. Not for doing anything illegal, mind you, but it's definitely porn. So, you know, that's just so that all the secrets are gone. No, not like that. You should wash your computer? I probably should, actually. Actually, jokes aside, I do need to dust my computer. That's not even a joke. That's just a fact. Being a tributes. This is me selling all the tributes to the dwarves. Sometimes I feel like I should wash my mouth out with soap and water at the end of a stream, Banana. Why is Rhinestone DMing me? Soap tastes really bad. I had this, like, goat milk organic soap once that I accidentally got into my mouth when I was showering because I was washing my face. And it didn't actually taste as bad as I thought it would. You just got hooked on it? I have been... I might play Caves of Cud tomorrow, actually. I have a playthrough on a roleplay character going, where we're just slowly plugging our way through all of the content because I'm too lazy to just grind enough to get good at it to do it in one shot. So, playing through it slowly on a non-permadeath character right now. It's been a lot of fun. I like Cud. I've got like 200-something hours in Cud. Go to the YouTube channel. There's not the most recent video, but the second most recent video was a video about Cud. You know what's a song that randomly pops into my head sometimes? Is that I Want Candy song. Fun fact, that kid has an OnlyFans. Non-permadeath? Call me a heretic if you want, but calling me a heretic just ruins my fun and doesn't make you have more fun with the game. I played the game with permadeath on for 250 hours and saw most of the content in that time, but at this point, when they add new stuff, if they give me the option to legitimately play it without using, what's the word, dev tools, then I'm down. You kid? Well, it's not funny, so. Was it deep vaulted memory? What? I want candy? You said the word candy and my brain went, ding! I want candy. Or however the fuck he says it. I do want candy. I'm also a type 1 diabetic, so candy will literally put me into a coma if I have too much of it. So, I can't have candy. Sad face. Drugs, though. That I can have. No problems. Oh, I see the problem. But yeah, Aaron Carter has an OnlyFans. And I know that because of a retweet on Twitter about a year ago. A little over a year ago? No. The song is about drugs, isn't it? I mean, isn't everything about drugs if you think about it hard enough? Oh, speaking of drugs, wave depletion. I bought Naturia. Wasn't he 5? I think he was 13 when he made that video, wasn't he? I thought that was like the whole shtick with Aaron Carter's. He was like a little kid. He was like previous Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber 1.0. Before Justin even knew he was a Bieber. Before Canada went, fuck, not again. We already have bad artists. We don't need more. I will share pictures and maybe videos on Discord when I get it. Should arrive by the 20th. I'm just saying. Dragoneer doesn't realize this, but Dragoneer donated money to the Help Blind Buy Synthesizers Fund. I've been saving for like 8 months to buy another synthesizer, so I've been putting like $30 a month aside, and I was like... When I realized that I could make it play well and sequence my Mother 32 with it, I was like, yep, okay, go on, buy it. Yep, putting that in. Well, I mean, it's going to the synthesizers fund instead of the regular hookers and blow fund, right? Or the yacht fund. Sometimes it goes into the beer money fund. Or records fund. Or groceries fund. I'm actually very smart with my money and extremely frugal, but... I don't know what a quartz pebble is, but okay. I mean, I know what quartz is and I know what a pebble is, but why would I buy quartz pebble? I don't. Anyway, okay. I think what I might do is I might just turn this off until I lock the dwarves in the tavern, and then when I lock the dwarves in the tavern, turn it on. That might be how we do this. How's Craig and Zeke doing? Still terrible? Yep. Slightly better, but still terrible. Lumpy is significantly less stressed than before. We should put you in prison more often, Lumpy. And if only I could accuse you of crimes that you didn't commit. I literally can, but no, I will give it to Kraken Zeke, who deserves it. Birthday bumps? Banana? Happy birthday, FG. Oh yeah, we're gonna go chain up Kraken Zeke. Good. Let's see. Do it! Gave birth to a boy! Chat, who wants to be the brand new baby boy in the fort? Any takers? Anyone calling dibs? Anybody? Anybody? Wait, really? Orion? That's weird. He'll be Dwarfy. Blue space weeb. There we go. He is the son of Do It and Saigon. He is a worshiper of the Spear of Incineration and a worship of Shishtak, which is the god of fortresses and mountains, and the god of disease, death, and something else evil. You personally value artwork and believe it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and you value romance. That's good. You dream of mastering a skill. You find helping others emotionally rewarding, and you tend to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others because you're a baby. You often act with compassion, but you're a baby, so you don't know what that is. And you tend to avoid crowds. Well, maybe mom does because you're a baby. You often feel envious of others, obviously because you can't speak or walk because you're a baby. And you need alcohol to get through the working day because you're a baby. You like porcelain, silver, tanzanite, sandpear, wood, and lorikeet leather, and the color dark green, animal traps and llamas for their wool and the words of the number of glistening. You have a very long sideburns that are neatly combed, a very long mustache arranged in double braids, and a very long beard arranged in double braids. Your very short hair is neatly combed, and you have a broad, prominent chin, and your head is very short because you're a baby and you haven't fully grown up yet. Your head is very short. His somewhat narrow ears are somewhat tall, and his nose is somewhat narrow. His eyebrows are high, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. His eyes are cobalt. All babies in Dwarf Fortress are alcoholic. Please. When they are birthed, you immediately dunk them in a barrel of beer to make sure that they are properly hydrated. And also, mom gave birth while she was sleeping, and you are now crawling out of the bedroom. Imagine, like, giving birth in your sleep. Mom is still asleep. Adoration after giving birth. Oh, there goes baby. Mom? Well, female babies are not bearded. Only male babies are bearded. Baby is on the move. Let's see how far baby gets before mom wakes up. Baby AI is literally just walk in random directions and avoid food. That is baby AI. So let's see how long baby oh, walking back to mom. Mom finds baby, carries baby. There we go. I tried. Didn't make it very far. Mom woke up. Probably canceled job because seeking infant. Mom cancels sleep. Seeking infant. I wonder if that's your first baby, Do It. Oh no, you have several older sons. Kraken Zeke, who's been an absolute twat, and Rory. So Rory and Kraken Zeke are your older brothers. Someone's gonna get bullied and beaten up by older brothers, I think. Speaking of, Lumpy's out of prison. Yeah, babies avoid food and refuse to eat and will eventually starve themselves to death or fall off a cliff or something. Which is why, like, there's all those comics of, like, babies crawling into lava pits because, like, they just walk in random directions and will fall off of stuff. We once had a baby in this fortress fall off of the wall. And, putting it simply, if a baby falls off of the wall, put a pen in the baby with food? Hypothetically, yes, but you don't need to do that because mom feeds them. I mean, there is a meme from a while ago, which is infant, what's the word? infant babysitting chamber, which is just 2 Z levels down, 1 tile hole full of toys and beer. But if you do that now, you'll actually crush them when you drop stuff in. So, but anyway, we had a dwarf or an infant fall off of one of these walls and go wee, splat all the way down to this level, and literally we had a combat log of the baby colliding with the ground and exploding. It's kind of disturbing. It was like arm collides with ground, explodes into gore. Left arm collides with ground, explodes into gore. Head collides with ground, explodes into gore, crushing the brain. You can't travel while attacked by a child. You know, I can relate. I also can't travel while being attacked by a child. That's in real life. Yes, no, I mean, if a baby is stuck or locked on a stockpile, they will eat. They will eat if they are on top of a stockpile with food in it. But they will not seek out food if they need food, if that makes sense. If they happen to be on top of a food with tile in it, they will seek it out once if they are on top of it, but only if they happen to be on top of it. Clean up on aisle 4. We have baby splat. I repeat, we have a baby splat. Almost as bad as a banana split. But chat room, I don't want to just disappoint all of you, ladies and gents. But I have like at least 5 hours of editing that I need to do over the next couple of days because I have a Future of the Fortress video to work on for the YubTubs and a few other things. Also, because it's December, I'm streaming every single day up of December up until the 24th. So I'm not taking my normal Mondays and Fridays off. So I will be live tomorrow, even though today is normally like my Friday and tomorrow is normally my day off. I will be live tomorrow. Apologies for that. So tomorrow will not be a day off, even though it is my normal day off. I think we'll just be doing Caves of Cud tomorrow. We'll continue that tourist run. And yours, the tourist, can make another appearance